Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And with that, we will start with our invocation that will be given by Pastor Claude Axel from Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. Reverend.
Shall we at this time bow for prayer? Eternal God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. It is a precious day where we are so glad to still be here on this side of the mountain. I pray now, Heavenly Father, that as we come to this city council meeting, I pray for the mayor and all of board members, city council manager, and all others who are charged with the awesome responsibility of trying to make Corpus Christi, Texas, a better place whereby we live. I pray, Heavenly Father, for those who will address the council on this day. Whatever presentations that they have, give them the strength to stand and rightly declare their concerns. I'd ask now, Heavenly Father, that in all that we do as citizens of Corpus Christi, that we will continue to honor who you are. Help us all to remember that whatever we do, it is all because of who you are. To thine be the glory for the gift of life and the gift that we have to serve our citizens and our state and country. In Jesus' precious name, we ask this prayer, and we thank you in advance for answering our prayers. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the state flag will be led by none other than our very own Pat Aldridge with the Police Department.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Pat. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Here. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Juneteenth.
Good morning, everyone. So, is this on? Can you all hear me? Yeah, okay. This morning, we are going to start our proclamations off with a very important proclamation. Today, we are going to recognize the month of February as Black History Month. And this is, African American culture is a part of all of our lives, and we want to celebrate that. We have multiple organizations in our community that are having many different events that we'll talk about here in a second in which to celebrate this month. So I'm very proud here as Mayor of Corpus Christi to be able to celebrate and to be able to say that we are celebrating this month and proclaim this month as Black History Month. So with that, I will go ahead and read the proclamation. So whereas Black History Month, we celebrate and honor the achievements and contributions made by African Americans to society via culture, policy development, economic, and social organization. And whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in February, which later grew into Black History Month as an observance of the contributions of African Americans and a celebration of the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas the observance of Black History Month calls for recognition of the neglected accomplishments of African Americans and the celebration of ideals to continue making strides in equality. And whereas the Texas Association of Black Personnel in Higher Education 2022 Black History Month program includes a diverse and eclectic mix of events by various organizations focused on health and wellness, career exploration, and economic development, recognizing a united effort to focus on the teachings and historical significance of the achievements of African Americans. And whereas the City of Corpus Christi continues to make strides by partnering with these various organizations in a spirit of inclusivity, to which all citizens will benefit in the present and future as we all move forward towards progress. And whereas the City of Corpus Christi is proud to honor the contributions of African Americans locally, statewide, and nationwide. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February of 2022 Black History Month in the City of Corpus Christi. And of course, we encourage all citizens to recognize Black History Month and join these various organizations at a myriad of events meant to educate, celebrate, and honor the accomplishments of African Americans.
Thank you, Mary Groharder. I'm losing my voice right now, so I'm just going to be very quick. We appreciate, we have TAFE members here. We have staff from A&M Corpus Christi and some students here. We also have other organizations represented, such as the Corpus Christi Black Chamber of Commerce. But today, we want to say that we appreciate everything that the City of Corpus Christi, the mayor, and the council has done to recognize Black History Month. And we want everyone to come out and enjoy these events that are happening all month long. There are calendars that are published everywhere, and the City of Corpus Christi has also published a calendar of events this month. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, let's take our picture here. Gentlemen.
I got two now. Thank you all. See you.
different organizations, but Anna is with.
Good, thank you. So how many organizations do we have? Okay, but you brought this to our attention. Okay, great. Okay, so thank you very much. Next, we have our second proclamation, which is, it's a very sad one, but I have to say, Anna Brown, I want to thank you for bringing this forth to council, because this is very much a topic about awareness. It isn't something that you hear about all the time. It isn't something that is reported. 80% of those affected by this are let's see, there's 80%, but only 30% of these crimes are reported. So this is very important. And again, I thank you, Anna, for bringing it to our attention to be able to proclaim Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. And with that, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. So whereas teen dating violence transcends gender, race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status, it takes many forms, among them physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, bullying, and shaming, which can occur in person or through electronic communication and social media. And whereas only 33% of teens who experience dating violence in their relationship ever tell anyone about the abuse, many young people do not report the abuse for fear of retribution or unwarranted embarrassment. The pattern of abuse often continues in future relationships. And whereas violent behaviors often begin between 6th grade and 12th grade. According to the CDC in 2021, 1 in 11 female teens and 1 in 14 male teens have reported experiencing physical dating violence in the last year. And in 2020, according to the Texas Council on Family Violence, the youngest victim of teen dating violence was 14 years old. And whereas by providing young people with education about healthy and nonviolent relationships and relationship skills, we can help dating violence. And whereas unhealthy relationships can start early and last a lifetime, it is essential to raise community awareness and to provide training for parents, teachers, counselors, and school staff so that they may recognize when youth are exhibiting signs of dating violence. Every teen has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February of 2022 Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month in Corpus Christi, and I encourage everyone to become informed on healthy relationships. Follow the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX for more ways to get involved. So thank you all again, Anna, for bringing this to our attention.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us the time and the space to really talk about teen dating violence. We do believe in prevention before we ever get to this point, and we do recognize that we need everyone to get involved, just as law enforcement. We need, the CAC to come in and also talk about those kind of things that we do see. And, we all have teens, and we all know that we can definitely not just create awareness, but we can definitely teach them as well what is a healthy relationship. And so the Purple Door not only provides services to those victims, but also we believe that we can prevent these incidents from getting to that physical violence as well. So we do encourage schools, community members to reach out to us. We would love to come in and do a training. It is completely free, and all our services are completely free as well. Does anybody want to say anything else? No? No? Okay, well, thank you.
You want to get in there?
Yes.
What airline are you with? How are you doing? Good, good, good. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to you. So this is not a proclamation, but this is a very good news item, and it is something we are pledging to today, which I will let our director of our airport I'll let him tell you all about it. But this is a big deal. Up front here, we have United. We have representatives from United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, and American Airlines. There you go. Sorry. Which we love. We love all of you. Thank you all. But thank you, really. It means a whole lot. It really means a lot to us that you are here. And we want you to know how much we embrace you and how much it means to us that our partnership continues and strengthens. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Hi, for those of you that I haven't met yet, I'm Kevin Smith, Director of Aviation for the City of Corpus Christi. And so we've had some visitors join us today from Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. And they came down for one reason, and that's to see the golden shovel, if you will, of signing this pledge. And what we're doing is we're asking our business community to please fly local. We've got about 65% of our Corpus Christi residents are driving to other airports. And that really hurts their fares, it hurts their network planning group, and it hurts our airport. So we're asking business leaders to please fly local first. And we've got some of our business leaders here from Visit Corpus Christi, the Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Council, and they're going to be signing the pledge today to show their support. They're going to be our founding members of the pledge, and we'll be going out in the community and getting other business leaders to sign this pledge as well. So if you guys will pick up your pen and please sign the pledge. And this is a really important step to showing the airlines our support when we're talking to them about new routes and existing routes and fares. So we're really excited that you guys came down to see this and to join us today. And like Mayor said, we support you guys wholeheartedly, and we really like to see you expand here in Corpus Christi. So. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Would anyone like to say a few words? You're good? Yeah. She was the brave one to say she'll. Yeah.
Southwest. And this is Mike's first time in Corpus Christi. Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Beautiful place.
Before these guys
Thank you so
come down with his family. So.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon. You bet. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right.
Good to see you. How's it going? How are you? All right. We can see you.
Oh, right. And before you all, oh, good Lord, I'm going to fall here. This is very dangerous. Before you all leave, our airlines back there, Kevin, before they all leave, I failed to mention that today we have a very, very important item on our agenda that allows for incentives. We are joining the rest of the country in, offering an incentive, imagine that, an incentive program for our airlines. So we all amongst us know, we say, why can't we fly, Cabo? Why can't we fly to Cabo? Why can't we fly to Vegas? Why can't we have more flights available? Let's just say that. More flights available wherever. Well, there's a lot of reasons why we can't. And today, with this pledge, starts steps towards doing that. Later on the agenda, we have an agenda item that's extremely important to everyone here, our airlines partnerships, because we're creating the program that will allow for incentives for them to do just that and customize it to what we need here in Corpus Christi, because we are an over $1 billion organization and we need to fly like we are an over $1 billion organization. So now it's on you guys back there. Y'all have a great day, safe travels, and thank you for being here. Okay, so with that, it is 12 noon, and that takes us right into our public comment period. Mr. Risley, would you please review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will also be visible on the screens in the chambers for those that are watching on television?
Citizens are encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling you in order in which you signed up electronically. In-person public comment will be taken first, followed by virtual comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. For those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of this meeting, so please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before speaking. If you choose to speak during the public comment period regarding an item that is on the agenda, you may do so, but when the council is considering that item, you won't be able to come up and comment on it at the time of which we're discussing, so please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. For those commenting in person, there's a timer underneath the base of the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. So once the timer's up, you'll hear a little buzzer go off, at which time we would kindly appreciate you to conclude your comments. And if you have a petition or any other information pertaining to your subject matter, please present it to our City Secretary, Rebecca Webster. And we will go ahead and start with Catherine Aller.
Mayor Guajardo, City Council members, my name is Catherine Oler. I live at 1400 Ocean Drive here in Corpus Christi. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Corpus Christi. The League is nonpartisan, grassroots civic organization that encourages informed and active participation in government. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again about redistricting. Item 16. To begin, the League applauds your action to facilitate public meetings in each of the 5 districts so that citizens have a voice in this process to tell their stories. Telling stories is how we communicate, understand, and share our existence. Stories are how we define ourselves within the communities where we live, our communities of interest. Communities of interest do not have fixed boundaries. They are living, breathing entities. In the span of 10 years, they can grow exponentially or fade into a handful of houses, mere whispers of stories. Let me tell you a story. I grew up on a farm in the valley. Farming is a risky business. We never knew if crops would pay for groceries, much less the Production Credit Association. I wore hand-me-down clothes from cousins. Ever get hand-me-down clothes? I was thankful to get them, but they rarely fit. Wearing them was often torture, especially at church or school. Using maps districted in 1983 as the basis for districted maps in 2022 is like hand-me-down clothes, drawing lines that from the start just don't fit. Another redistricting hand-me-down is in the provision to allow citizens to submit maps themselves, but only if they include every district. Why should each citizen map outside their district, their community of interest? How, without guaranteed access to computers with the capability of running map drawing software, can they create maps? Have you ever tried to draw a map by hand? Make accessible map drawing software and instructions available at public libraries to empower citizens to draw maps that meet their needs and tell their stories. Take advantage of virtual technology by going live with the last 3 maps as your consulting GIS mapmaker responds to public citizen input. This sends a powerful message to citizens that their voices are heard. And finally, display enlarged versions of the map with underlying identifiable streets throughout the city so citizens can readily identify their communities of interest. Redistricting should be representative of the city and its citizens. Make this happen. Implement a fair, translucent, and inclusive process. Without this, our representative democracy cannot ensure equal voting rights. I appreciate this time, and I'm asking you to take item 16 off of the consent agenda today. Thank you for the time to share our thoughts with you.
Thank you, Ms. Soler. And I guess for clarity, we should probably state that item 16 will be pulled, and it was planned on being pulled to discuss and comments made. Yes, ma'am. Alex Armon.
Howdy, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Armon Alex, 1610 La Jolla, zip code 78417. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, a board of directors member for Earth Echo International, and a board member for the Gulf Reach Institute. And I'm currently studying at Texas A&M University of Corpus Christi. I've lived in Corpus for practically all my life and spent some time in the Houston metropolitan area working with the National STEM Commission for Public Environmental Policy. And I'm before you today mostly as a concerned citizen. Over the past few years, I've spent some time serving our community on various committees and boards, and realized a very important similarity between these boards and committees. When we're looking at development for the city, we have a habit and tend to take inspiration from other coastal communities around the United States. I mention this because I don't see us taking inspiration from these same successful cities' climate action plans. I understand this council is a body that respects and understands the importance of education. Well, it's through education and science that tells us that we're having to address the climate change nowadays. Well, it's it's through education and science that we're finding that climate change is a serious matter that all cities, especially coastal communities, need to take into account. We're a coastal community, which means we're the most at risk of the side effects of a changing climate. Yesterday the Port of Corpus Christi just had a state of the port, and they had their sustainability and environment department talk. And what's interesting is the Port of Corpus Christi has a climate action plan, and I don't know if our city has one in place. I'm asking that anyone from this council reach out to me or this organization, and that we can begin to have discussions about addressing the climate crisis. This doesn't lock you into a specific solution, but quite literally, it certainly can begin a very necessary discussion with constituents of the city of Corpus Christi, so that we can begin to be prepared for the side effects of climate change, and take action beforehand instead of reacting to the extremes of it. I'm a young, concerned citizen of Corpus Christi, and I'm knocking at the door, so please open up the door so that we can begin these kind of conversations. Please contact me. Again, my name is Armon Alex, A-R-M-O-N. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Armon. Maggie Peacock. And following will be Jay Gardner, if you want to come on down, Mr. Gardner.
Hello, I'm Maggie Peacock. I live in zip code 78412. I'm a first-year student at TAMU CC who's missing class today to speak here. I am the co-founder and executive director, along with Armand Alex, of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, which is an organization that intends to bring together young, passionate leaders in disproportionately affected communities of color to address the climate crisis here in our own backyards. And I'm also a young person myself, and as a young person, I am scared for our future, and I'm tired of trying to convince adults and political leaders that investing in clean jobs and prioritizing climate action is way cheaper than a climate apocalypse. We are already in a crisis. We're seeing extreme weather patterns not only here in Corpus Christi, Texas, but all over the country. Stronger storm surges are going to severely impact our homes and coastlines. We're seeing social injustices and how our family and our fellow community leaders and members are impacted. Ocean dead zones are negatively affecting our fisheries. Sea level rise is going to wipe out our beaches, the thing that attracts tourists from all over the state here to our beautiful city. And I could go on. But it doesn't have to continue to be like this. We don't have to let things get worse like we know it's going to if we don't take serious and lasting climate action right now. What I'm asking you all today is very simple. Please reach out to me and other young people. Give us a seat at the table, because ultimately, we will be the ones to bear the brunt of climate change. We have so many ideas to create a bright and sustainable future for everyone in this city, and we want y'all to use our expertise to make Corpus Christi a leader in green jobs, a leader in environmental justice, and bringing community together, and a leader in addressing the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. And Jay Gardner. Alyssa Mejia would be next.
Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? I'm Jay
Great.
Gardner at 3922 Sweet Bay Drive, and chairman of the ISAC committee, the Island Strategic Action Committee, and that's why I'm here, but we're not going to talk about short-term rentals. So everybody relax.
Yeah.
As you know, we've been developing and vetting projects out at ISAC for quite some time now, and we want to thank and appreciate city staff for moving projects forward, like underneath the JFK Causeway. A list of other projects that we've been vetting over time is construction of paper streets, Palmyra, Sandollar, the end of Crow's Nest. Also, there's a lot of wastewater infrastructure that hasn't been built out there. A mobility plan for the island. We've got some issues out there with razors and UTVs running all over the place, and I'll be back here next week to talk to the Tourist 2 committee about that. A community center, visitor center, museum. We've actually heard talk that there was conversations with Spawn Hospital about a existing facility out in the island, and we'd like to recommend or encourage that you guys move on with that. Golf cart lane to and from the JFK Causeway, we think that'll aid in safety. Tennis courts and pickleball courts somewhere. Maintenance of Mary Ann's Way, it's on Whitecap. I think the city street crews can handle that one. Lighting all over the island. We heard that there is a study or a project that's being started downtown to look at lighting. We'd like to y'all to expand that to the island and other places around the city that need that. The Riley P. Dog Park at the end of Whitecap, there was a motion made and passed unanimously. I guess there's some issues down there with city ownership in between different departments, and we'd like to encourage y'all to move forward with that and get those solved. We also passed a motion for that. So anyway, we appreciate council and staff's time on a lot of these projects, and I want to personally thank Peter for relisting the project, the Island Project Manager Liaison position. I think that's really going to help out, and ISAC thanks you as well. So that's going to be good things. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Alyssa Mejia? Okay, Alyssa is not in the audience. Tony Jimenez?
I think she's going to give her a hand out.
Okay.
Everybody got one? Good afternoon.
Everybody's got one. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It's Tony Jimenez. I live at 7002 Ridgestone Drive, and I've been here before. What we're trying to do is get that 5G cell tower removed or relocated from the corner of our subdivision. I mean, we brought readings in the previous meetings. I handed out a study that was done by the state of New Hampshire. They did a year study on the effects of 5G on humans. And basically, if you go to page 2, cell phone radiation, including 5G, poses a significant threat to human health and environment. That's the conclusion. This is like a 300-page study, and I got the summary from the internet. On page 4, it tells you what an antenna does. It basically focuses the cell signal out and down. That cell antenna at our house, at the corner of the subdivision, is 20 feet off the ground. The measurements that you see in that graph is in meters. 20 feet off the ground, when that antenna is activated, you put it in people's windows, bedroom windows. I mean, I have an 11-year-old daughter. The neighbor across the street has a 10-year-old daughter, 12-year-old daughter. I mean, and sons too, but there's, on page 6, after a year-long study, that's what happens when you put a cell tower near somebody's house or a fire station. Fire station, the guys are there 7 days a week, 7 on, 7 off. We're in our houses 24/7, 365. So we're getting nuked. And that's the symptoms that they see, that they saw, we saw within 3 hours when they did the test 3 weeks ago. We all had headaches. Half the neighborhood had headaches. Page 7 shows how if you move the antenna, you can actually they can get the coverage, but they don't have to put it right in the middle of the subdivision. And that's proof right there. The state of New Hampshire, what it was, all the mayors from all the cities called the governor, and the governor put together a commission to study this because people were getting sick. I mean, the setback distance, they're looking about 1,000 feet away from homes. There's in their cities that have passed ordinances to move things away from schools because it is dangerous. Whether my child is at school, is at home, if I have a cell tower 60 feet away from her window, that's not good. This thing called electromagnetic sensitivity, EMS, and it's caused by radio frequency radiation. That's actually recognized by Medicare, and you know Medicare don't want to pay for anything. They're actually, and that's the truth, they're actually it's recognized by Medicare, the ADA, and the only people that not recognize this is the medical insurance companies because they know they're going to have to pay through the nose, and they don't want to do that. But we did talk, Mayor, you did, hook us up with the AT&T folks. Their comment was, and this is verbatim, it's relatively safe. Well, what the heck does that mean? I mean, if you go to a surgeon to get knee surgery, you want a guy that's going to relatively do it, or the guy that's been doing it? We just really need your help because we're at wit's end, and the next thing is going to be get a lawsuit or something because this thing's got to go. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Margaret Dudon? And then Susan McConnell. Thank you. It's okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Margaret, or Peggy Duran, 4022 Congressional Drive. I have lived, raised my family, worked and played here in Corpus Christi since 1980, supporting education, the arts, our botanical garden, environmental groups, and good government. Independent redistricting commissions are being created across the country. We can lower the political temperature, sometimes outright animosity, and create more trust in governance by bringing nonpartisanship and bipartisanship into this process. I urge you to merge the League of Women Voters resolution on redistricting with your resolution, as it is more detailed and will help to support a fair map and openness. Copies of both the League's resolution and the fair and open redistricting practices have been given this morning again to the City Secretary, Rebecca Huerta, for each of you. To consider the League's resolution adequately and enable a thorough discussion, we have requested through our president that you pull item 16, and thank you for doing that. I commend the mayor and council for announcing public meetings in each current district and hope that at-large members will also attend them to hear concerns and questions. To promote transparency, give our community sufficient time to see how boundaries will be changed to balance population shifts before you hold the final public hearings. Create a special place on the city website for redistricting and include the proposed maps and process in the city emails. People don't know what's really happening here and that it only happens once every 10 years. Use all available news media to show the map proposals. Too often, citizens feel their input is useless. Countless times over the years, while trying to register voters or encourage voting, I've heard the comment, "Why bother? Everything's fixed. Everything's decided." We are a creative, growing city, and some of this morning's participants really show that. We will thrive positively when we feel we are all working together for the good of all. You have the power to invigorate democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dudon. Susan McConnell? Oh, you're going to wait? Okay. Danielle McCandless?
Hi, my name is Danielle McCandless. I live at 333 Louise Drive. I'm a physician at Corpus Christi Medical Center, and my children go to St. Patrick's, and I live in Morningside neighborhood, and I'm in opposition to number 17, and my concerns are mainly safety for my children. We walk to school. I think that the rezoning to allow a car wash there would cause increased traffic, increased noise. But mainly, I mean, the noise is going to be a factor for my neighbors. But for me, the main thing is that this is right next to a school. This is right next to my children's school. And I'm very concerned about safety of the children and the traffic. I live in this neighborhood, I work in this neighborhood, my children go to school right there. And I am just here today to support all of my neighbors that are sitting back there. And that we are just in opposition to this, and I really think that it should remain I am a physician, I think it should remain a medical office building as it is now, and zoned as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCandless. And next we have Allison Schuss. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry. I'd like to wait, please. Where's Allison? Oh, there you are. Hi, Allison. Okay. Mike, you're going to go ahead and come on? Okay.
I'd like to piggyback on to what Dr. McCandless said, and it's about safety. Quick Quack bills themselves as a different kind of car wash. They have a high pH and a low pH system. Well, the front end of that is sodium hydroxide, which is lye, Drano, and anything else you may know it by, and it's right straight out of their chemicals. That's it, sodium hydroxide. We have asked these people for safety data sheets time after time after time. They won't supply them. So we've had to go in the back door to find out what it is they use. Now, to balance out their high pH, they've got a low pH, which is an acid, that they're dumping on your car as well. Now, when we went to the first couple of meetings, I don't think the safety data sheets were taken seriously. If you go back and you watch the YouTube video, they flashed a safety data sheet up of Dawn dishwashing liquid and said, look, there's bad things in it too. Now, if any of you have ever worked with chemicals, I mean, you know what hazard communications is. It's federal law. And this is just being taken very lightly. Well, on the backside of this, you've got hydrofluoric acid going into the car wash and mixing with sodium hydroxide so that they can neutralize it. It goes out into. The only problem with that is you get, if you remember your chemistry from high school or college, you're going to get a gas coming out of there. Well, this is not vinegar and sodium bicarbonate. You're not going to get CO2 out of it. You're going to get fluorine out of it, which is the most radical oxidizer in the universe, okay? No question about that. Look it up. This is the age of information. Get on Google and look it up. The really bad part of it is that it's and piggybacking on to what the doctor said, this is about safety. This is about kids right next door. This is about my neighborhood and my house. When the wind blows, it comes from that direction. And if somebody squeals their tires, the smoke blows right through our neighborhood from that area. We've stood out there and watched it. So you've got fluorine gas in whatever quantity, no matter how dilute, coming through our neighborhood. Now, if you work at quick quack, it will build up in your system. And I'm sure somewhere, maybe not to workman's compensation at this point, but this is way early in the game for this, it's a problem. And it's a problem for small children who are it's going to build up in their system. You've got St. Patrick's right across a wall. Wall's not going to stop air. It's going to go right over the top of it, and it's just going to mix it and make it worse. This is about safety. This is not about quick quack, great business. It's a quick quack in the wrong place.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Wow. What department does he work for the county? All right, Teresa Matter. Mater?
I would like to
Wait, okay. Onena Baron.
It was my husband first, but I'll go.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Onena Baron, and I live at 3267 Topeka Street. This is the corner of Topeka and Texan Trail. 40 feet, my driveway is 40 feet from the driveway where they're planning to build this car wash. I lived at that property since May of 1991, 30 years, raised 4 children, raising my number 5 right now. And I'm totally opposed to having this car wash at this location. I believe that this area is already a medical area, hospital zone. We go 5 days a week for about 8 hours. We have to drive 20 miles an hour. We have 3 schools, I think within, feet of this property. We have Ray High School, St. Patrick's School, and we have IWA. There is My Favorite Muffin, which a lot of the students do go to in the morning, and there will be traffic there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. I spend hours on end on my yard. If anybody ever drove by Texan Trail and Topeka, they know who I am. Because people tell me, I know I've seen you before, and that's because I'm always in my yard. I'm always planting, and I'm always working. I have a white picket fence, and I take care of my community. I love my community, and I will hate it to have a car wash put in that place where I'm going to be hearing vacuums going on all day, cars blasting music, and this wall nonsense does not work. You can look on the internet and find that they have put these walls in other neighborhoods, and you can hear these vacuums and the noise from these cars all day long. I have a hammock in my backyard. I am used to the halo flight. I'm used to the ambulances that drive through my neighborhood. I lived there 30 years. I don't need a humming sound 24/7. I am begging you to make the right decision here and to block this zoning. We don't need it. We can serve the community in better ways. This is not for the benefit of our community. It's not in the benefit of our neighborhood, and definitely it's not in the benefit of our city. We have I don't know how many car washes, but I can tell you that it's more than 30 in the city. We have HEB car wash right across the street. We have Quick Quack, Airline in Alameda. By my son's school at SST, we have a Quick Quack right there. They're all over. You drive around, there's car washes everywhere. They're popping up everywhere. How many car washes do we need? You know, put it somewhere else. Don't put it in front of my house, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baron. John Baron? I'm sorry, we can't have any applauding.
She's always such a hard act to follow. Yeah, this is about case 102104, the zoning change at the same corner my wife was talking about. My name is John Baron, and I live at 3267 Topeka Street. I live in the closest house to the proposed zoning change, and my wife and family have lived in the house for over 30 years. We have raised our 5 children. We have a 14-year-old still at home. I'm against the rezoning because it will change the peacefulness of our neighborhood, will create a health hazard for the neighbors and the school children due to the chemicals used in the car wash, will increase traffic and reduce pedestrian safety in the hospital zone and in our neighborhood. And there's already a proliferation of car wash business nearby for our neighbors to drive to. The sounds of a passing ambulance or a fire truck, halo flight on the approach to Driscoll's Children's Hospital, the sounds of the morning rush hour or the afternoon rush hour, the Beeline bus stopping at the bus stop, the voices of the St. Patrick's students playing in the schoolyard. These are the sounds and cadences of our neighborhood that we have grown accustomed to. It's part of living in our neighborhood. One might say a few more sounds of a car wash will generate, well, what's the problem with that? After all, you do live in the city. Well, I checked the Quick Crack car wash at Airline in Alameda. They're always busy. There's the constant droning from the vacuum and the centralized vacuums, along with the car radios added to the mix. It's loud and audible from 100 feet away. And not only that, I took a walk around the Quick Quack and I felt the fine mist on my skin. The house property line in our neighborhood begins just 40 feet away. A wall built around the car wash will not resolve the sound or the misting problems. The owner of the car wash might say his business will generate sales tax revenue, which is good for the city. My wife knows something about free enterprise, having owned and operated an independent adjusting company since 1991. Adjusting fees is one of the only professional fees to which sales tax applies. We have been collecting and paying sales tax off our labor for more than 30 years. And not only that, we've been paying our property taxes for just as long, as does our fellow neighbors. So we've earned a right to retain our peaceful and healthy, safe neighborhood. I was adjusting a claim with a farmer near Shiner, Texas a few years back, and I asked him, what is that god-awful smell? And he laughed and he pointed to his chicken barn and said, son, well, that's the smell of money. So for each his own, I get it. But here in Corpus Christi, one of the windiest cities in the USA, if that car wash is built at that location, we're going to be inhaling the fine misted chemicals that are going to be generating money for someone other than our family or our neighbors. The car wash owner he himself proclaimed to be an Adam Smith capitalist. He stood up, and after the first planning commission vote against the rezoning from ON to CN1, Adam Smith's philosophy is all about free enterprise and building wealth, which is great, and I don't have anything against that. But building wealth in and of itself does not make for great neighborhoods. Anyways, is this really the standard by which we should judge whether or not a business should be located at that particular place? I don't think so. Thankfully, our city has a process to review these types of matters and to make the right decision about where our business should be located. And please do not approve the application for the special permit.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel Fryer. Garrett Dorsey, you're next. If you'll come up and sit in this front row or closer to, and as well as Robert Heil, if he's here. Is Robert here? Yes. Okay. If you'll come up as well, thank you. And then Carolyn White would be after that. Mr. Fryer, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo, City Councilmen, women, or men.
Woman. There's only one.
Well, first of all, I'm Samuel Andre Fryer, 2222 Cardinals Lane. You know, the students made a point about climate change. I've been here before you about 4 times. This is the 5th time. And the climate change, though, that I would prefer and that I'm asking and I'm looking for is a climate change of hearts, to move cold, calloused hearts into hearts that are warm, caring, and concerned. You know, in the Bible, it talks about Cain and Abel after Cain killed his brother Abel. Yahweh asked him, he said, "Where's your brother?" And Cain said, "Am I my brother's keeper?" We are our brother's keepers. We are our brother's keepers. They're talking about quick quack. Seems like it's spreading up everywhere like COVID. Well, the interesting thing is that there has been effective ways to treat COVID that has been known since 2020. That information has been squelched, and we came and asked you with a Citizens Council initiative with 83 signatures and it was presented on the 7th of December to just simply inform, educate the public, and promote those early treatment protocols. You decided to do nothing. Now, since then, in January, from January the 11th through the 8th, based on the call-in times, there has been 83 additional deaths in Corpus. Since January, there has been a total of 18,152 COVID positives. My family and I recovered from COVID. We used the protocols. The doctors said it doesn't work. So the question I have is, why did the Center for Disease Control change the definition of vaccine from producing immunity? Why is natural immunity downplayed, even though it seems to be backtracked now that it does work? And if off-label prescriptions of FDA-approved drugs is legal practice, why restrict them when treating COVID? And what is the real risk to benefit for children? There's continued to be a push for getting the jabs, getting these vaccine shots that have actually hurt a lot of people. In fact, if you were to go to the VAERSanalysis.info, which it stands for Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, analysis.info, you will see there's been over 23,000 deaths. So we ask, we're going to go ahead and present a campaign, and our campaign is Truth, COVID is fully treatable. And we're going to do it with the help of those who care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Garrett Dorsey. And then Robert Heil.
Good afternoon. Garrett Dorsey, 2037 Sunnycrest, formerly known as Chestnut, but that's a story for another date. We have no curbs, gutters, or sidewalks or anything like that, and my area does flood because we are in Flower Bluff. But what I'm here today for really is about infill lot programs. I work with a group called Thanksgiving Homes, and our goal is to look after the forgotten neighborhoods that are getting run down, the lots are, grass is tall, the homes are crumbling, and our goal is to put people back into homes, put tax dollars back on the rolls, to put single moms, young couples graduating Ray High School in affordable housing. Veterans, our houses are accessible, so we're putting veterans in homes that they can live in. And what I'm here today for is to ask for y'all's help. We need your help. We need departments' help to look at how we can move affordable housing forward, how we can work with the different departments, because there is not a one-stop shop. Every department looks after itself. So what I'm asking for y'all is to please help us with affordable housing, with infill lot programs, so we can help this community and we can help young people get into housing. I would like to say thank you to Peter and his team and Al Raymond and Development Service team. They have been helping us try to put meetings together that we can bring different departments like sewer, taps, water, all into one meeting and have these discussions about why we have different type of fees. We are still paying fees for lots that have been platted 60 years ago. Yet every time we go to development services, somebody wants a fee, which is adding extra cost to these homes. So again, we would just like to ask for your help to looking at infill lot programs. And thank you very much, Mayor, for coming out to the barbecue. And we look forward to some of you next Wednesday at our luncheon. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you. Robert Howe.
Good afternoon. I wanted to thank the council for allowing me to speak today. I want to talk a little bit about an issue that I think is very meaningful and very important for our community that has to do with retired city employees who gave their lives and dedicated themselves to.
Will you state your address,
Yes.
please? Sorry.
I work at the Heil Law Firm. My address is 5262 South Staples here in Corpus Christi. I grew up here in Corpus Christi and had the chance to see firsthand a lot of the city employees, and they laid down their time, their energy, and sometimes even their lives to support the city. I know the council is fully aware that many of these retired city employees, many of who are with us in support today in the audience and who represent a large demographic in our community and a large voting constituent here in Corpus Christi for all the districts, they are all affected by this COLA increase. The last 3 years it's been raised to my attention by a gentleman by the name of Seferino Valenzuela, who is a good friend of mine for many years and who I support even though I have no economic interest in the outcome of this decision. Sefi and other employees who are retired are basically not receiving cost of living adjustments. The council is fully aware that inflation is at an all-time high in our city and our country. Anybody who's been to the H-E-B to buy some meat or some fajitas for the barbecue over the weekend can see that those prices are through the roof.
And avocados.
Yes, and the mayor knows, I know firsthand. So this is something that affects everybody, the milk prices, the cost of living. A lot of us have the luxury of having income that we can work and make money and that we can increase and support that. But a lot of these retirees are on a fixed income, such as Sefi Valenzuela, who our landfill is named after. During the hurricanes, a lot of these employees would actually risk their lives in the basement of City Hall, sometimes in the old City Hall, because these employees were required to be here during the hurricane. They weren't allowed to go to San Antonio for safety. They were not allowed to shelter, that they essentially put their lives on the line so they could support and protect our community during times of crisis. So for me, this is a moral and an ethical issue. It's a matter of responsibility. It's about keeping a promise that was made to these individuals who dedicated a lot of their time, energy, and sometimes even their livelihood to make sacrifices for the improvement of our city. All those benefits we're enjoying today because of these individuals. And so due to the fact that they haven't received COLA increases for the past 3 years, I think it's very impactful. What is super important, Mayor and distinguished council members, is that many of these retirees are on Medicaid, they're on fixed incomes, they have increasing medical bills. They don't have the ability to increase their wages. They're looking at only that retirement that they built up through their time and their tenure here dedicated to the city. So I'd ask the council to look inside their conscience, look inside their pocketbooks to make right a promise that was made a long time ago and to make sure that these individuals can be fairly compensated to adjust to the economic crisis that we're facing as far as inflation in our community and to make it right. So I've spoken with many of these individuals and we wanted to open the conversation to the council in a very constructive and open way that we can open that discussion so we can address this moral issue, that it can be resolved. And I've asked for them to come to every council meeting and to keep raising this issue, keep calling their council members and make sure that this issue can be addressed and we can do the right things for our retirees.
Okay, and Mr. Zanoni, do we have someone who can meet with Mr. Howell? Is it Howell?
Heil, yes.
Heil, okay.
I've been called worse than that, Mayor.
Sorry.
But yes, that's correct.
Mr. Howell, because my understanding is that that is a contract that was, it's a negotiated contract that's in place today, and
Right.
it comes up for renewal at a certain time. But Mr. Zanoni, if you would please address.
Yeah, we can, so there is a COLA. Today, the employees that have retired do get a 30% of COLA in their annual payment. So there is one. It was 70, and recently City Council, as part of our collective bargaining agreement, reduced that to 30%. So there is a COLA, but we'd be glad to meet with you. Our Human Resource Director is not with us today, but Steve Vieira, one of my assistant city managers that used to be the Human Resources Director, can get you contact information and we'll set something up with you.
We'd love the opportunity to open
Yes,
that
sir.
discussion. And
Okay.
I did want to point out to the mayor that I know some of the council members are aware. There have been merit-based increases for current employees, which we view effectively as a COLA for existing employees of the city of Corpus Christi, that even though it's not being called a COLA, they're getting based on their merit, sometimes a 2%, 3% increase. in my view, in my estimation, this is effectively a COLA that protects current employees, even though it's not being called that. So these retirees are just asking for fairness and to maybe open these discussions, and we're thankful for that opportunity.
Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn White.
I have some presentations for you guys. Let me know when everybody gets one. Okay, perfect. So my name is Caroline White. I live at 325 Camellia Drive in historic Morningside. Today I brought with me, and I also brought it to the Planning Commission, to give you kind of an idea of what our neighborhood is and what it looks like. So this is our emblem. We have been established since 2001. This was an article that the Bend magazine wrote about our neighborhood. It kind of gives you the aesthetic. The next page is our Historic Morningside Preservation Society Constitution, which shows our organization and the leadership. So I am the street rep for Camellia, for my street. And so I have gone up and down the street and asked my neighbors, how do you feel about the car wash? And they all said, we don't want it. So I'm here to say that as far as Camellia goes, all of the neighbors are opposed. And the next page you'll see is the boundaries, and it will show you Texan right here as part of our historic Morningside boundaries. And then also the timeline of events. This fire hydrant is Texan Trail, and right there at the corner is where they would plan to develop the car wash. That is the Texan Trail catch basin. Also, we had some West Nile problems last year, but mostly I feel like in this conversation today, we're talking about how much market does the car wash need? And there's a lot of market saturation, so I went ahead and I included some other businesses, and that would be the H-E-B, Stripes. People talk about the taquerios, but that's actually locally owned. And then the car washes, so that way y'all can kind of see. H-E-B is a grocery store, and that's a necessity. Stripes is a gas station. They are also a necessity. They're on the supply chain. A car wash is not a necessity. And then if you want to, be a free enterprise and expand your business in a city where you operate, that's fine with me too. I do want to know what is, this is not a question, but what does Morningside fit into the overall City of Corpus Christi Historic Preservation Plan? Since we are already a historic neighborhood, I'd like to know how we fit into that. That in the future, I don't know how much time left. I got 20 seconds. So just a little bit about myself is I was born here in '94 in Shoreline Hospital, and so was my sister. My parents were married here, so I'm a direct product of Corpus Christi. Unfortunately, a broken one because I was raised elsewhere for a better quality of life, but hopefully we can restore that quality of life by not putting a car wash in next door. So thank you. And I hope you all read this over lunch. That's why
we will.
I did that.
Thank you, Caroline. Foster Crowell. Foster Crowell, okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Foster Crowell. I live at 2717 Windrock Drive. Last time I've been in this, I am a city retiree employee. I was a director of wastewater utilities for 34 years, and I'm kind of piggybacking Bob Howe's comments about this. Don't forget us city retirees. If you add up all the years of service of these employees, we have a retiree luncheon every couple of months. And it's phenomenal how many years of service these people have given y'all. And they've given it with their heart and their time and their families and sacrifice sometimes. So just don't forget us retirees. And I hear the manager speaking about some attempt to do some adjustments, and I know there's always a lot of negotiating going on. I was a director once. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Bonnie Butler. Tara Buffington would be next.
Good morning, everyone. I've lived at 3133 Austin Street for the past 21 years. I'm standing in unity with all of my neighbors that are opposing this car wash for safety reasons, noise pollution, risk to not only school children, but all of the families who go to the Driscoll Children's Clinic that cross the street from the bus stops. I'm a former Driscoll employee, and I know how many families are going in and out of there. You know, our neighborhood is quaint, it's quiet. We want to hear the wind in the trees and the birds chirping. We do not want to hear the roar of vacuums and horns and tires and noise any more than we already have. You know, we are used to the sirens, we are used to the buses, as everyone else has commented. How I am standing in unity with all of us in Morningside and PA Heights in District 2. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Tara Buffington.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Zanoni. My name is Tara Buffington, and I live at 3145 Austin Street. I come to you kind of with a different perspective, but I'm here to support all of my neighbors. I am a black woman, I'm a single mom, I'm a veteran, and I'm a business owner. I am against the car wash as a black woman because historically, most times, businesses like those, pawn shops, liquor stores, are placed in neighborhoods that are of color or of economic disparity. The neighborhood that we live in is an older neighborhood. The houses were built around 1940. The majority of the neighbors are elderly people. They like to get out, they like to walk. In a short span of a mile, we have Ray High School, we have Reimagine High School, we have St. Patrick's, we also have IWA. There's also Ronald McDonald House. This section of road or street is lots of traffic, lots of children, lots of elderly people who like to get out in the neighborhood, people who like to walk their dogs. There are sick kids there. There are ambulances, there are police, there are halo flights, buses. There's lots of traffic between 8 and whatever time. Additionally, as I'm a certified Texas Master Gardener, and I'm a big proponent of protecting the environment, we don't need another car wash. I noticed that the gentleman who's representing Quick Quack is there in the back. I would be highly upset if my plants started to die. You know, want to know why? Because I've got about $10,000 worth of plants. Everybody here that's out here, they know me or they know my house. They always see me, like Nina, out in my yard doing stuff. I spend a lot of time at the botanical gardens. I run the Nueces County Master Gardener website. While I understand the idea of capitalism and wanting to expand, there is no value, inherent value, I feel, in the city granting these guys a water thing on their water. You guys are having us pay extra water, wanting people to come around and do wastewater. We have to watch our water during the hottest months of the summer. I'm sure they're going to get a break because they're going to be paying taxes or whatnot, but that is still not an incentive, I think, to place Quick Quack in that particular location. I'm sure there are lots of other places that Quick Quack can set up, but we don't want it in our neighborhood for environmental reasons, for safety issues, and just basically to keep the neighborhood not looking like it's got pawn shops and gun shops there. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Buffington. Glenn Tiller.
Hello, my name is Glenn Tiller. I live at 3202 Topeka Street. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm also here to reiterate what my neighbors have said regarding item 17. I'm very against putting a car wash there. I'm going to submit to the secretary here a petition that has upwards of 400 signatures, overwhelmingly from the 78404, 78405 zip code. I know a lot of the folks who signed this petition because I personally went to the hospitals. I personally went to the schools. I went to the dentist's office. I went up and down Alameda. No one I talked to wanted a quick whack car wash at that location. The petition is signed by the principal of IWA and the teachers and staff there. The petition is signed by the principal and the teachers and the staff at St. Patrick's School, where my son goes. I didn't get in contact with Ray High School, unfortunately. Here is the petition. So the folks who have signed it, apart from the folks that work at the schools, we have doctors, nurses, OTs, speech pathologists, and other businesses up and down Alameda. I submit that it is not just a bad idea, but a dangerous idea to plop a large car wash operation across the street from an emergency for a hospital, caddy corner from a helipad for a children's flight. We don't need extra congestion there. Anybody who's been down Alameda sees mothers with strollers trying to get across 5 lanes of traffic all the time. Putting more cars there is just dangerous, and it's not in the best interest, as you've already heard, and as I hope the petition shows, of the local residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Huerta, we have a few on...
Yes, ma'am. We have some virtual public comment to take, about 7 more people. The first is Julie Rogers. Ms. Rogers? Ms. Rogers, are you available?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Go ahead and begin, Ms. Rogers, when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
All right, thank you. My name is Julie Rogers. My address is 710 Fern Avenue in District 1. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters and other civic and arts organizations, but I represent myself today. I belong to organizations that foster democracy and a good quality of life, which is also why I'm making public comment on redistricting today. I think very few people are aware that after the census, congressional, state, county, and city political maps all get redrawn so that people are better represented and so that every vote counts. Even less people are aware that the city has begun the process of drawing new district lines. There have been no stories on the news or in the newspapers or announcements on the city website or social media. It's like the process doesn't even exist and we're stuck in some kind of Twilight Zone scenario where things never change. The city's own council even said that the district maps have changed very little since 1983, 39 years. It's no wonder that one of the most often repeated phrases I hear from longtime residents is that things never change. It's always been this way. Well, the census shows that things have changed. The district lines have to be redrawn, and they have to be redrawn with input from the community so you know how things have changed and how the district lines need to change. Numbers alone do not tell the whole story. These maps only get drawn every 10 years and should be drawn with communities and different interests in mind. A downtown community member like myself has very different interests than community members in other parts of town. In downtown, some things we are interested in are a grocery store, neighborhood revitalization, infill development, shelter for our unhoused community members, and fitness and cultural activities on or near the bay. Raw numbers will not give you that qualitative information, but community members will. So please vote yes today for the proposed redistricting community input sessions. Take further steps to make sure the community knows about these opportunities you are creating for them, and to educate this community on our city redistricting process. Display the proposed maps in places the community go to so they can see what you are considering. Create a web page with redistricting tools and information, plans, and the ability to submit feedback. Publicize the web page, the community input sessions, and a specific timeline for steps leading to the new district maps. In regards to the timeline, do not let it be controlled by the upcoming city council elections, but by what is best for the people and the community. Instead of making it seem like community members are being left out of city government, this is your chance to show the community that is not your intention or practice to leave us out. Rarely do we have these big chances in life, but this is your big chance to show that things do change.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Rogers, thank you very much. Your time is up. We appreciate it. Next on the list is Tim Dowling. My understanding, Mr. Dowling would like to speak when the item comes up, and that is also item 16 for redistricting. So we'll move on to Sharon Delsous. Ms. Delsous, are you available? Sharon Delsous?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you? All right, when you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer. Go ahead and start, please.
Okay. Let me just start my video, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, hi, I'm Shireen Delsous. I live at 6030 Tapestry, and I want to emphasize how important it is to have protected bike paths. Okay, so we have a single protected bike path in Corpus Christi, and I just want to show you exactly what I mean by protected bike paths. So you see, like in this picture, there's cyclists being protected by these delineator posts, and you'll see in this picture, cyclists are protected by trees. And in this picture, they're protected by a curb. So in Corpus Christi, there isn't a single protected bike path. And this is why Corpus Christi ranks at a number 159th worst cycling city in America. San Antonio has them, Houston has them, Austin has them, McAllen has them. Cities all across the country, even in third world countries, they have protected bike paths. And I've been coming months about that, trying to bring up this issue. And the response hasn't been that warm. And by the way, this isn't just something that hippies want. This is something from the Federal Highway Administration in the design guide. So you can check that out there. So I've been trying to bring this up many times. And I feel like the response was this new road on Doddridge. This is me and my daughter, she's baby, and me riding my bike with a trailer on Doddridge, and it's only protected by paint. Paint isn't what we use to protect cyclists. And I've been trying to bring up this issue, like how serious it is, because kids need to ride, families need to ride, cautious cyclists, seniors. The response from the city, I guess, officially was a PR video that gaslighted everything I was mentioning. So I think it's really important to issues are so important for me that even though I have a daughter, a baby, and a son, I go out of my way to tell you this message. And another statistic you want to consider, for example, 1 in 3 Americans own a bike, yet we have dog parks for dogs. We have a skateboarding park for skateboarders, disc golf park. But yeah, 1 in 3 Americans, including in Corpus Christi, own a bike, but there are no protected bike paths. So I just want to say in closing, the obvious things like how it saves money. Cycling is the freest form of transportation. It's good for our health. It's good for our children. It's fun. So please consider bike paths when making your streets. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Delsous. Next, we have Elisa Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez? Elisa Gonzalez? Okay, Ms. Gonzalez is not available. Sylvia Campos. Ms. Campos? Sylvia Campos. There she is, okay. Ms. Campos, when you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer. You're muted, Ms. Campos. If you would turn on your mic, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sylvia Campos. I live at 4410 Fur, District 2. I have lived in Corpus all my life. Thank you, Mayor, so much for opening the process for public comments. I've been here for several times on different issues, but today I come to discuss redistricting.
When you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Ma'am,
I'm ready.
No, there's some feedback. I think do you have your TV on or something? If you could turn that down, please.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I don't think you can hear us, though. I think she's, yeah, we cannot, you can't hear me, but we can hear you. Yeah. Ms. Campos, we cannot hear you. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we cannot. You can't hear me, but we can hear you.
That's crazy. I can see you. I can see myself. Can we try again?
You're on now. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. All right. Thank you. I've been anxious to kind of try this. So again, my name is Sylvia Campos. I live at 4410 First Street, District 2. I have lived in Corpus all my life. Thank you, Mayor, for opening the process for public comments. I've been here, several times on other issues, but today I come to discuss redistricting. I belong to the League of Women Voters, but I do not speak for them. I am pleased that the democratic process has been more inclusive on this issue, so thank you. Let me remind you that the people are weary. People are dying, as we speak. So again, thank you for making it a whole lot easier. So first, let's just start by adopting an independent redistricting committee or commission. Let us have access to the maps now so we can have an opportunity to give input. I'm asking that the proposed maps keep our neighborhoods with common interests, for example, around our high schools and around our parks. People often comment to me about the energy of the neighborhoods. And yes, I do believe that neighborhoods have energy, especially all the people around Morningside as an example. So my ideal would be that the maps would be drawn by not incumbency protection, but by neighborhood protection, people protection. I would welcome a mixture of social or socioeconomic diversity to remind us we're all in this together. Our city right now is 60% Hispanic, but yet that's not how some of the districts reflect that. Until we expand single districts, we Hispanics will be underrepresented. Let me also remind all of us that Hispanics and Black women in Texas really didn't get to vote in mass until the 1965 Voting Rights Act. So, we have a lot of catching up to do. In closing, the main thing is let's protect the people. Let's protect our resources. Heaven help us all. Just to remind you, we're all in this together, and I hope that you'll keep that in mind. And again, thank you for opening up the ways of communication, Mayor. And I hope that will apply to all groups, especially when you have organizations or people that merely don't agree with your point of view. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Campos.
Thank you.
Next is Chloe Torres. Chloe?
Hello?
Yes, Chloe. Okay, Ms. Torres, when you're ready to begin, I'll set the timer.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Torres, and I live at 5430 Saratoga Boulevard in District 5. I'm calling today in regards to item 10 on the consent agenda. I want to preface my comment by stating that I wholeheartedly believe that the council and mayor support the fire department and want them to have additional funds so they can do what they do best, keep our community safe. I also want them to have everything they need. However, I also need council to understand exactly where this money is coming from. As you may already know, Enbridge, who recently purchased Moda, is trying to build a pier and oil export terminal over the eastern portion of a Karankawa Village site off Corpus Christi Bay in Ingleside. What you may not know, however, is that Enbridge has a horrific track record of disastrous pipeline spills and human rights violations. In 2010, a tar sands pipeline owned and operated by Enbridge ruptured near Marshall, Michigan, causing the largest inland oil spill in U.S. history, with at least 1 million gallons of crude oil spilling into the Kalamazoo River. When the line broke, the sludge sank to the bottom while the volatile hydrocarbons poisoned the air. Hundreds of homes and businesses had to be evacuated, and 150 families moved away permanently. Since 2014, Enbridge has committed human rights violations in pursuit of Line 3, a new pipeline corridor that would go through untouched wetlands and the treaty territory of the Anishinaabe peoples. Indigenous and non-Indigenous activists have been protesting that project from the beginning and have been brutalized by police and private security forces paid for by Enbridge. The treatment of protesters has been so harsh that in August 2021, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination demanded that the U.S. government provide information on how it will guarantee the right to free, prior, and informed consent and the right to an effective remedy to these human rights violations. But that's not where the controversy ends. In October of last year, it revealed that Enbridge reimbursed U.S. police officers $2.4 million for arresting and surveilling hundreds of demonstrators who opposed Line 3. Enbridge paid for officer training, wages, surveillance of demonstrators, overtime, benefits, meals, hotels, and equipment. Please deny this money and work with the fire department to find an alternative source for funds. Enbridge has a vested interest in getting in on the good side of our community's political leadership, and that is the primary reason they are donating this money. This is dirty money. Voting to accept this will tie you to the atrocities Enbridge has committed and will continue to commit. $7,500 is not worth giving a company with such a terrible track record a foothold in our public safety departments. They do not care about the safety of our region, as evidenced by their attempts to add yet another polluting project here that will destroy indigenous cultural heritage and permanently damage our ecosystem. Our city needs leaders who cannot be bought and sold. I know that each one of you can be those leaders. Your integrity is worth far
Thank
more
you, Ms.
than
Torres.
$7,500.
Thank you, Ms. Torres, very much. Okay, our final commenter today is Sally Ferris. She is a San Antonio resident, so we will be giving her 1 minute. So, Ms. Ferris, are you available? Ms. Ferris, you're muted.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
I now live at 13043 Hunters Breeze in San Antonio, Texas. I was born in Corpus Christi, 42 years in 1942, and for 9 years I served as an assistant city attorney under Hal George and Jimmy Bray back in the days when Mary Rhodes was mayor. And with 1 minute to say thank you for protecting constitutional voting rights in your redistricting process. It's a sacred duty. So please, strike from the criteria before you today the element that makes it okay to manipulate boundaries to protect your own council seats. It's called incumbency protection. You are incumbents. And if you're also representatives with integrity, you will want to put public interest first to honor the spirit of the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Thank you again for letting me speak. And remember, strike that incumbency protection criteria. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. Mayor and Council, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay, so that concludes, alrighty, so that concludes our public comment. At this time, we will go to section G, city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Just 2 items today. The first one is very important, though. It's our first quarter budget and finance report, and you all should have a copy of the presentation in front of you. It was also emailed to you last night, so you'd have a chance to look at it before today's presentation. So the first quarter financial report covers our first 3 months of the fiscal year, and we're going to put this, there we go. That is through October 1 through December 31st of last year. All figures that will be presented today are unaudited, but they're pretty accurate, having been developed by and reviewed by our Chief Financial Officer, our Finance Director, and our Budget Officer as well. The financial policies that City Council approves annually, as well as the city charter, require the city manager to provide quarterly updates to the City Council, and so this will be the first one for this fiscal year. This is a briefing you will receive, as you customarily do, later today, a pretty in-depth report of the finances. The city does a great job in producing these reports. It looks like it's at least 100 pages, so that'll be emailed to you later this afternoon. So let's begin with the general fund revenues specifically. In our general fund, this year's budget includes an adopted amount of $286 million in all our revenues. When we look at the projection for what we anticipated to collect for just the first quarter, that would total a little over $105 million. With our actuals collected through that 3-month period, coming in at $111 million, that puts us over the estimated amount by about $5.5 million, which is a good thing. Now, of that $5.5 million, 2.4, about half or so, is from property tax, and that's not that we're going to collect more property tax, it's just received a little sooner than what we had anticipated. And so as the months go by in the fiscal year, we'll begin to catch up in total, and we should collect what we estimated, around that $94 million. So the difference then of 3.1 in extra revenue comes from sales tax, just under $1 million more in sales tax, $900,000, as you can see in the graph. We received more industrial development agreement payments than planned by $1.4 million. And then the third item that helps us to get to that $3.1 million is about $800,000 in better than projected EMS transport and service fees from our fire department. So in total then, 5.5 better in revenues, with about 2.4 really an earlier collection of some of our property taxes. Let's look at the general fund expenditures on the next chart. And so our general fund budget that includes carryover budgets, there's certain encumbrances that go all the way up to September 31st, and those get carried forward into the fiscal year if the City Council approves. So when you add the $8.5 million and carry forward with the original budget, our budget's $307.8 million. When we look at the first quarter budget, what we think we would spend in those first 3 months, that's a little over $76 million. And then our actuals for the first quarter come in just under $60 million, which is about $17 million less than what we had planned or projected. And that is somewhat in line with the past 3 years. We're anywhere from 19 to 22% under the spent amount where we think to be. Ideally, we want to be closer to that 19 or even 18% amount, because that means we're putting monies into production. That variance, though, some of that is explained by some of the carryovers, the rollovers, including some dollars for the Ocean Drive project, which is still underway, and some dollars in our solid waste operations that are longer lead, And so it's taking a little longer to spend through those, including some of the work that's being done for the design and engineering for some of the projects at our landfill, as well as our refuse carts that were ordered, but because of supply chain issues, are taking a little longer to come in. So as we know in our budget, we have our baseline services, but each year City Council, based on community input and the council's input, we improve our budget and provide additional services to the community. And so in this budget that City Council approved last year, there were 68 budget initiatives totaling $14.3 million. Those include things like 10 additional sworn police officer positions that Mayor Guajardo and the council were very supportive of having in the budget. The good news is that they are being trained now, and the rest will be trained in July. Those initiatives include 33 fire cadets who started their training in January. Chief Rocha and I were there for their first day. It includes things like 3 replacement medic units in our EMS fleet, a litter crew for downtown and other corridor collections. You might notice it's a lot cleaner by Stripes and City Hall because of that litter crew, and then numerous park improvements across our city. So of those 68 initiatives, 57 are either on schedule or ahead of schedule. The vast majority. 11 are slightly behind schedule. Some of those are positions that are a little more challenging to fill, like a landscape architect and a veterinarian, and some longer lead things to include the Mirador lighting along the seawall. The important thing, though, is that we meet monthly with all the directors to make sure their plans that they've established in September are on schedule, and if they're not, we're developing corrective action plans. And so these 11 that are slightly behind will be caught up before we conclude the year. We will be providing you next week a more detailed report on all of these initiatives. You may recall that we have a little booklet that we handed out earlier in the fiscal year, and we'll be providing you that next week, as well as an update, a little bit more detail. So that is the general fund. Let's look at some of our other major funds, including our hotel occupancy tax. This one has a $16.4 million budget, the amount of tax that we expect to collect in the fiscal year. For our first quarter, when you break it out just for the first quarter, about $3.1 million is the estimated amount. You can see that we actually collected 3.8, which is over 700,000 better, which is nearly 20% better. And so October, November, and December revenues for each of those 3 months was above the budgeted amounts. I recently talked to Brett Otting, our CVB director, and he said that for the first quarter, Corpus Christi hotels were 30% ahead of that same time period a year ago, due to higher hotel room rates and a 16% increase in the rooms sold. So hoteliers were bringing in 30% more money than they did a year ago, that same time period, which is great. And Brett said that we're on track to have one of the strongest the strongest collection year this year in terms of hotel tax. Okay, let's look at our water fund and our wastewater fund, 2 of our big enterprise funds. So in the water fund, the annual revenue budget, $138.6 million. The first quarter projection is about $35.5 million. We actually came in right at $35.5 million, so good there, no surprises. On the expenditure side, the $150 million budget, the first quarter is about $41 million. We came in less than that at about $28.5 million. And that's due to some of the longer lead items that are taking a little bit longer than anticipated. However, in talking with Mike Murphy to prepare for today, when we look through January, when we look at 4 months, we're much more on track. And so some of those items that took a little bit longer through January have been completed and the dollars have been spent. When we look at the wastewater fund, $83 million annual budget on our next slide. The first quarter projection is about 18.5. The first quarter actual is 20 million. That variance of 1.7 million is largely from a litigation settlement check that we received.
Can they change the slide?
We're going to advance that next slide.
Yeah.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
And so that $1.7 million variance is explained by a $1.6 million litigation settlement from the Broadway treatment plant. And Miles will be talking to us about that in the coming council meetings. On the expenditures, similar to the water side, a little bit less spent than what we anticipated for that quarter period, about an $11 million variance in the underspent category. But also with water, through January, when we look at that 4-month period, we're much more caught up, indicating that some of those longer lead items took a little bit longer than anticipated. Okay, one thing I want to highlight next, we know that we have a very complex capital improvement program, and that is detailed in this report that'll be sent to you. But if we look at just the bond program, just the 2020 bond program that voters approved about 14 months ago in November, we have a great news story, which is that all the projects, all 42 projects that are in that bond program that the voters approved, are currently either in design or under construction.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. That's, I think, a first, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And 25 of those projects, 25 of the 42 will be under construction by this November, which is another great story. That's more than half of the projects will be under construction by this November. Of that amount, of the 25, 7 of those are significant street reconstruction projects throughout the city. I'm going to read off that list to you. One is in City Council District 1, we have Frontier from McKinsey to Rockwood. In District 1, Hearn, Calicote to Dead End. Also in District 1, Wildcat, FM 624 to Teague. So those will be under construction by November. In City Council District 2 and City Council District 4, Everhart. This is a massive project from SPID all the way to Alameda. It's going to be done in phases, but a tremendous project. It's under design, and we expect it to be under construction in November. In City Council District 3, Flato, Bates to Bear will be under construction. In City Council District 4, Waldron, SPID to Purdue will be under construction. So 7 of those street projects will be under construction by November. A large part of this is because of you, the City Council, Councilman. We have some in District 5, don't worry.
No.
We're going to talk about the design of the swimming pool.
Continue on.
Yes, sir.
Keep going.
Right. So a big part of this has to do with the City Council approved policy of using a mass election process. This is a first for our city, and so back in March of 2021, this was just 5 months after the election, City Council approved what we call a design services mass selection process. That means that for all the street projects, all 22, after staff recommendation was given through a review process, 9 local engineering consultants were selected to complete those 22 projects in design, rather than coming month after month or year after year. We had all of those street projects in design by September, which is 5 months ahead of schedule than what we had thought, September 2021. Okay, now we're going to turn the slide here to one more good news story, which is on our work plan. We had talked to the council about this when we went through the budget process. We had said that we have to improve our process in closing out old projects and old bond programs, and we had that in our work plan that spanned through this fall and winter. We're going to have more information for you on February 22nd. A great news story, which is 2 weeks from now. But our staff, led by Constance, our CFO, Heather, our finance director, Eddie and Camille in the budget office, they went back 14 years worth of accounts, and including all the way back to 2008, looking at projects that had been completed but not closed out, bond programs that had been by and large completed but not closed out. It's hundreds of accounts. One of the staff members says probably thousands. It sounds like a huge number, so I stuck with that 100. But we've reconciled those. We've closed those out. There's going to be some significant dollars to be reprogrammed by this city council. The staff is going to recommend what we hear most, which is dollars for residential street reconstruction in each of the 5 city council districts. It's going to be it's millions of dollars, so we want to keep some suspense here. I don't want to tell you too much, so we'll get people to tune in. But it's good news, so good work done by our finance team, and even better story for the community, because we'll be putting that money into production to better our streets. Okay, so summary for the first quarter then is our general fund revenues are better than projected, which is good. Our HUT revenues are also higher than projected. Water and wastewater revenues are pretty much on budget. One of them came in better, but that's because of a settlement check, and our expenditures are within line. And then, as we mentioned, more than half of the 2020 bond projects will be under construction by November of this year. So great news story, good report. You have, as I mentioned, a more detailed report that will be sent to you later today.
That concludes
Yeah,
your
that
report,
concludes
huh?
that one. Yes, ma'am. I don't know if there's
Oh, you
any
have another one
questions.
there. Yeah. Any question? Councilman Hernandez?
Okay. I didn't hear any District 5 streets being started. Can you try and explain that, please?
So we have District 5 has Yorktown is
Yorktown was design only.
right. It's under design and it will be done by this December. We have Rodfield, Yorktown to Adler, which is will be
That's
under,
the deal with where we're swapping the property for
Right.
the Lavoya Creek.
Yes, sir.
And I'm hearing that that's supposed to come to us pretty soon.
Yes.
Do you know when that's coming?
It's either next Tuesday or the following Tuesday.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So that one is under design though today. It's expected to be completed in January. We also have in District 5
Wait,
Lights.
January of next year?
Of 2023. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we have Lipe, Sunwood to Staples. That should be completed by this November, and it will be, construction will start in March. And then Strasburg will be completed in August in terms of, November in terms of the design, and also coming to construction in March.
Okay, with Lipes, that Hanson has actually designed that. I think they have projected some time frame in July or August.
Right, like I said, August is when design will start in August.
Will be design complete, so we won't
Yeah.
even go out for bidding until late this year in the fourth quarter.
Right, the design will be completed by November. I may have given you the wrong month. So the design will start in August. It will end in November for Lipes. And then we'll take it to construction. Construction is expected to start in March of 2023.
Okay, well, it seems like we're kind of behind on some of these projects.
No, we're not behind.
Well, for District 5, it seems like it.
Yeah, we're not behind.
Not to mention even the residential reconstruction program, which we'll be discussing a little bit later, but I'll mention that when it comes up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Peter, for a great report. Revenue's up and expenses are down.
Yeah.
What better can you say? But I just want to comment on the residential streets where you said you're getting a lot of concern on that. I can say for District 4, that's the #1 priority. So I'm getting a lot of calls too, and I fully support the residential streets.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Peter, I just want to make a comment about the mass selection process. And while I realize, how much time and effort and that it has saved us, we still need to be cognizant of in the future that we don't make the smaller engineering firms in this community feel like that they're getting roped out of the process.
Right.
That would not be something that we want to continue on a long-term basis, and we have to figure out how to work around that.
Right. Everybody had a chance, Councilman. What the mass selection allows us to do is actually include the smaller firms, because we can match up projects that are more ideal for them and get them ready to take on even bigger projects. And that's what we did in this selection.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We're mindful of that.
All right.
Thank you, Peter, and
Okay.
thank you. This was a great report. You have a lot of really good news in there, and you did leave us with some suspense on the the other one of those items. So, but anyway, thank you very much, because
Yeah.
these are extremely important, and we need our constituents to know that. And so, moving forward, putting out press releases and such to let people know how their tax dollars are being spent, saved, and how they're working for them. And I do agree with, we are we strive to efficiently get better at what we're doing. And that is your responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Over
Yes.
3,000
Yeah.
employees. And this, the contract, for example, is why, with the the design of the engineers
Yeah.
is why we're ahead. It's
Yeah.
why we're able to say, we are really putting your dollars into work. We're tired of this business of a 2014 bond being worked on today. That's unacceptable. So I appreciate the efficiencies you're bringing to this city. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so.
Okay, we have, well, just one.
One more.
Yeah, one more item
Okay.
here, which is on our municipal courts. And you know that we have, I've been involved in developing a business plan with the presiding Judge Loeb and the chair of our municipal court committee, Councilman Martinez, as well as the court administration, Gilbert Hernandez. And so we have developed a plan to reduce that backlog that Councilman Pusley brought to our attention. Part of that business plan includes a roundup, a warrant roundup that we traditionally do every year. And so we want to share with the community some details about the roundup. We do have a video, but I just want to hit some of the highlights. The roundup is right around the corner, and there is what they call an amnesty period, a 2-week period where we try to communicate with the community that may have some outstanding tickets to come in and pay those before they are sought for having a warrant. And so that amnesty period is Monday, this coming Monday, February 14, through Friday, February 25th. So 2-week period, Monday, February 14 through February 25th. And that amnesty period is to encourage those that have outstanding warrants to come in and take care of those before they could potentially face jail time. So starting Saturday, February 26, the municipal court marshals, we have 5 marshals, they will begin to actively seek citizens that have an outstanding Class C warrant from the city, a municipal court warrant. Citizens can be arrested at home or at work or really wherever they can be found by the marshals. They would be taken to the city's detention facility where they will remain in custody until they're read their rights by a judge. And so that warrant roundup is for about a week. It's Saturday, the 26th of February through Saturday, March 5th. But the point is come on in before then so we don't have to have our marshals seek you out. So we have a video production team that has been highlighted through their numerous production videos that they've done recently. They did another great one here, and so we're going to turn it over to the video, and we'll get some more detail on the roundup.
Do you have a warrant out of the city of Corpus Christi? Did you get this postcard in the mail telling you that you might? You might have a warrant even if you don't get that postcard. You can call us to find out. 361-826-2500.
This year, we will have a 2-week amnesty period, which starts Monday, February the 14th, through Friday, February the 25th.
You can come on in during regular hours. You can come on in Saturday, the 19th in the morning. If you've got particular issues, personal, financial, and you want to talk to a judge, this is your chance.
During this period, people can come in and resolve their warrants without fear of being arrested.
You might be eligible for a payment plan for community service, which could include a GED, drug and alcohol programs.
If you need alternative methods to resolve your warrants or would like to request a payment plan, you can email the court at mcpaymentplan@cctexas.com.
We offer a variety of payment options to help you conveniently take care of your citation without appearing in person. You can save time and pay online at www.cctexas.com/warrant-roundup-2022. You can also use our automated phone system at 1-866-299-7084. You can send your checks and money orders through the mail at Municipal Court, 120 North Chaparral Street, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78401. We also have a secure drop box located right outside of the court.
Anyone with warrants out of other jurisdictions will need to contact those jurisdictions to see how you can resolve your warrants there.
During the 2 weeks of the warrant roundup, if you're stopped by any of our officers on the streets and you have an active warrant, you will be arrested. Please make sure to make any arrangements with the Corpus Christi Municipal Court prior to the 2 weeks of the warrant roundup.
Again, if you have any additional questions, you can call the court at 361-826-2500 or email us at mcmail@cctexas.com.
So come on in, let us help you.
It's a great video.
Okay, yeah, real good. That team does a great job.
So for clarity, if you go in you will not be arrested.
Right. If you go in and take care of your ticket, you may already have a warrant out for your arrest, but if you go in that 2-week amnesty period, that's, you won't get arrested.
You won't get.
Yeah. Right, I guess that's the bottom line.
But if
Yeah.
you're stopped within that 2-week period, you also won't be? Or
No,
you
I
will?
think, Chief, you will get arrested.
You will.
Yeah.
You'll
Chief
get
said-
arrested if you're stopped during that amnesty period.
Right.
But if you come in,
If you come in, or if you, as you saw in the video, pay online, or
Right.
I'm not sure about mailing in, Lauren, mail in also. So if you use any one of those methods to address the payment issue that resulted in the warrant, you won't get arrested,
okay,
right?
okay, great.
Yeah. It'll give
Chief
Chief a
Markle,
little
you have
bit of a
anything to
break.
add to that? Come in?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, and then Mayor, we didn't caption it, but if you would indulge me just for one moment, we want to highlight one of our teammates in the city of Corpus Christi. You mentioned we have 3,500 employees, but one of them last Tuesday celebrated 44 years with the city. And so we want to take a moment to recognize Pat Eldridge, who's here with us today. Pat? Yeah, Pat began her career in the Corpus Christi Police Department. She's been in that same department for all 44 years, back in February 1, 1978. She was in the planning. There's her original picture there. That looks pretty hip, Pat.
Oh, Pat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great picture.
You love the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, police department.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Pat advanced to Police Administration Manager, where she served as the management assistant to the Chief of Police and oversaw various processes to include payroll, purchasing, and grants. She also served as a staff liaison to Crime Control and Prevention District. We know that district helps us with additional police officers. In 2012, Pat was promoted to the Police Management Services Director. That's her current title. And she became a member of the Police Chief's command staff. In her current role, Pat manages budget development and monitoring of the budget. She also does or oversees payroll, grants, central records, telephone reporting unit, police property room, and building maintenance. And Pat is a certified law enforcement planner, and she's a member of the International Association for Law Enforcement Planners as well. Pat holds a bachelor's degree in economics and psychology from Mary Baldwin College and a master's in industrial psychology from Middle Tennessee State University. And in her time away from her duties, you heard that long list, she does have some time, but she works with the community, and especially with the Alzheimer's group in the Walk to End Alzheimer's event. Pat and I walked 3 years ago, and we skipped, I guess, 2 years ago because of COVID, but did it again this year. 2022 will be Pat's third year with the Walk to End Alzheimer's, and she's the co-chair for the event during her time. Pat has helped secure some significant donations from Valero, Citgo, and many organizations as well. She's given her time at many meetings, many volunteer events, and has assisted in organizing the many volunteers on the day of the walk. I know many of us were there this last year. The local Alzheimer's Association chapter describes Pat as a true asset in the Walk to End Alzheimer's, and they appreciate all her help and support. Last year, Pat helped to raise almost $61,000 from our local community.
Wow.
Yep. And Pat is also busy with the Junior League of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Metro Ministries, one of our lead homeless agencies, the YWCA, Cattle Barons Ball, and the City Assistance Team, and the United Way. Pat, that's a lot of stuff.
Yes.
So when I called Pat last Tuesday night just to congratulate her, she said, Peter, people have been asking me today, am I going to retire? 44 years, you may think.
Of course not.
And she said, Peter, no, that's not on the cards right now.
No.
And I said, Pat, let's keep going.
That's
right. So we know that the police chief and our command staff really value her as a member and as a great person. And so, Pat, congratulations. We want police chief Markle to come up and say a few words as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter, and everybody. Thank you, Pat. Pat, I'm number 13. I'm the 13th chief that this fine lady has served, to include interim chiefs. And lucky 13, I guess, right? And I can't say enough about Pat. I did when I became the permanent chief, one of the first things I did was make sure Pat was considered command staff. That's normal in bigger cities. You know, it's not just sworn. It's people who are impactful and leaders and have a lot to contribute for the direction forward. And Pat is absolutely all of those things. She is I won't call her my sidekick. She is my partner. We work hand in hand. I joke all the time that she knows where all the skeletons are buried, and that's true. I ask for something from way back, and she'll pull out a drawer that doesn't look like it'll fit. It just goes forever. Pull out a file, and there it is. I'll tell you a short story. When I was a young manager coming up, I wanted to buy a piece of equipment for all the first-line supervisors that I thought they needed, and I wanted to know the process. So I went to Pat, and I said, Pat, can you tell me how this process works here? So what do I need to do to acquire this equipment for these new supervisors? And she said, well, it's straightforward. You write a memo through your chain of command. It'll go to the Assistant Chief Walsh at the time, and he'll review it. And then he's going to give it to me, and I'm going to say no.
And I'm going to say no.
And such was my biggest lesson in management.
I love it. I love it.
So, that's a true story, by the way. So, Pat, we love you, and I sure hope that you take Peter's advice and stay a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Let me say.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Pat. If you can come up, Pat.
Flowers.
Mayor, 44 years ought to be worth a picture down front here in front of the council.
I know it will be. Pat, thank you. I'll say a few words to her.
Goodness. I know that when I talked to Peter the other night about my plans, and I said that, I'll retire when I get tired. And I love my job. I love everyone I work with. And every day, for 44 years, every day has been a new adventure, new things. I'm never bored. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Well, Pat, we're very proud of you. We're so proud of you being a part of this team, and we would love to take a picture with you down here.
Arch.
Where's Rebecca? Rebecca? She went to the back? Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to skip over the boards and committees appointments and go through the consent agenda. We'll pull whatever items are needed to pull, break for lunch, and then come back and pick up on those items and then the appointments. So does any council member have anything to pull from consent agenda items 3 through 16? We're pulling, I think it's 16.
16.
Yeah, so Rebecca's pulling that one.
And Mayor, I'd like to pull number 14.
Okay, so we have number 14, number 16, correct, Rebecca?
Yes.
Number 16. Anything else? Number 4. Anyone else? Okay. Any requests from the public?
I think Mr. Dowling was requesting 16 as well, so nothing in addition.
Well, it's already pulled down.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Motion to approve
No
all
other-
others, Mayor.
Okay, well, motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 4, 14, and 16.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. All right, so we will come back after lunch and we will go over items number 14, 16, and number 4, and then we will go to our board and committee appointments.
We're doing executive.
Mayor, executive session?
Oh, right. We do have one now. Okay. Thank you, John.
Yeah, we could do both executive sessions if you have time, but definitely the 21.
No, let's just do one.
Okay, 21.
Are we going to do those
That's
at lunch, Mayor?
Health
One.
districts.
Yes,
With all
One.
these people we have waiting?
we're going to do one.
Just one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why we're not doing 2.
Okay.
All right, so executive session, where is that one, Rebecca?
21.
20, I don't see it.
Should be 21.
I mean, I don't see the code.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Peter suggested maybe we should do the fire one here, the number 22. That would be a faster one if you're trying to get back.
Okay, yes, I am. So 22, page what? I can't, maybe I should put my glasses on. Okay.
Because later in the day, he has a council meeting tonight.
And Vanity took over. Here it is, it's up there. Okay, so we will go into executive session on items number 22. Per Texas Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay, we're back from lunch and I'll reconvene the meeting. So we're going to go ahead and go to, let's see, we left off with our city manager's report, and we're going to jump over to section L, our public hearings, item number 17, and then we will go back to our consent agenda items pulled. So item number 17 is zoning case number 1021-04, Dock 5, located in District 2. Ordinance rezoning a property at or near 3302 South Alameda Street. Planning Commission recommends denial and staff recommends approval. 3/4 vote is required to approve less restrictive use or density than the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Mr. Raymond.
1 second. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3302 South Alameda Street from ON Neighborhood Office District to ONSP Neighborhood Office District with a special permit. The property is located at the northwest corner intersection of South Alameda and Texan Trails. The applicant is Quick Quack Car Wash. The purpose of the proposed rezoning is to allow for the construction of an automated tonal car wash. The property totals 1.10 acres in size, and it is platted. To the north across Texan Trails is restaurant, medical offices, and single-family homes. To the south are medical offices and St. Patrick's School, St. Patrick's Church and School. To the east is St. Patrick's Church and School's athletic fields. And to the west across South Alameda is Doctors Regional Hospital and medical offices. 13 notifications were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 2 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. The 2 in opposition also represent that 4.11% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The comments from the opposition generally centered around traffic, safety, noise, incompatibility with the neighborhood, and concerns about the products used in the car washing process. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and it aligns perfectly with the Midtown Area Development Plan. The applicant originally came to Planning Commission wanting a rezoning of CN1 neighborhood commercial. There was opposition at Planning Commission on October 27th, and Planning Commission requests to table this case and ask staff to work with the applicant to address some of the concerns. Staff worked with the applicant. We developed a special permit. We stayed with the original zoning, which is ON office, and we put a special permit on it, which specifically, and we attempted to specifically address some of the concerns raised at the Planning Commission meeting. The special permit was presented to the Planning Commission on December 8th, which after discussion was voted down 4-3. 2 members of Planning Commission were absent. So therefore, the Planning Commission recommended denial. Staff recommends approval. And this is the special permit that we worked out with the applicant. Uses. Only uses authorized by the special permit other than those permitted by right within the base zoning district is a car wash is an automated car wash. Buffer yards. The buffer yard requirement shall be 10 feet. That's 10 feet of space and a 7-foot masonry wall along the property line between the development and the St. Patrick's School. Hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Dumpster screening. Dumpsters shall be screened either with fencing or with landscaping. Lighting. All security lighting must be shielded and directed away from abutting properties. No light projection is permitted beyond the property line. Noise. They have to comply with this section of Municipal Code for all noise requirements, and of course other requirements. This development will have to comply with the UDC, building, and fire codes where applicable. And the time limit is our standard time limit of of 24 months, they have to, within 24 months, they have to submit a complete building permit application to consider their permit active, continuously active. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Molina.
Not so much a question. I've had many people from the neighborhood reach out and voice their opposition to this project. And I made staff aware that I wasn't going to support this project also. I'm just not clear, or I have an idea why city staff is recommending approval, even though Planning Commission recommended, it didn't pass at Planning Commission. So I think from your perspective and help me understand, you're recommending approval because it checks all the boxes on paper?
Great question. We're recommending approval because it perfectly aligns with the area development plan of that area, Midtown area. It is a commercial development, which the area development plan calls for. The zoning does allow it, right? And as you see on this slide, there's commercial development half a mile in each direction on this side of the street and also across Alameda. So whatever the decision is made on this zoning case, ultimately that site will be a commercial development, and this is a perfect case to support that.
So I'm not exactly sure where the other council members stand on this project. I'm not going to support it, but if this project does not move forward, what are some of the other uses for this particular piece of land?
Well, it's still an ON, and it's a neighborhood office zone, so offices or of any kind could be built there, or anything that would align itself under that zoning designation. And this applicant, if it's not approved, could not come back within a year with the same zoning. He could probably rezone and come back, when we get back on the agenda. But this particular zoning with an ONSP couldn't come back for a year unless, of course, one of you brought it up again.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just my opinion. I don't disagree with the project itself, but I do disagree with the location of the project. And after hearing many of the residents voice their concerns, I will not be supporting this project. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Al, I see your point about the commercial development, but I'm very familiar with that area. In fact, my wife and I used to live on Topeka Street when we first were married. And our first child was born while we were living there, as a matter of fact. So I have a soft spot in my heart for that whole area. It's like one of the ladies who testified today, it's an older subdivision. Those homes were built just prior to World War II. And if you want to see how a house ought to really be built, go try to tear one of those houses apart. But if you look at the development up and down that side of the street, it's predominantly office spaces, medical offices. There's a X-ray, one of the radiology companies has an office there. It's uses that I think fit better up against a residential subdivision and a school, much better than something of this nature. And I'm like Councilman Molina, I don't have any problem or anything against car washes. I use them all the time, but I just think this is not an appropriate place to do that, and I support the district councilman's decision not to support this.
And I understand your opinion, but just to be sure, and I wish I had it on the screen, but just to the north of this site, there's which was newly developed and just opened, which is a an oil change, like a Jiffy Lube, if you will. And to the south is another development that is not necessarily a doctor's office. And I guess what I'm saying is that eventually, right, it doesn't matter what side of the street it ends up on, this will be a commercial corridor, right, eventually. Its offices now, my dentist's office is on there along that same area, right? But one day, you know, as the Midtown Area Development Plan says, hey, it's commercial development. And commercial development is not just these kind of doctor's offices.
I understand that
right,
perfectly.
so.
Is the building that's on this site now, is it currently being utilized, or is it?
It's vacant.
It's vacant.
Right.
Okay. But could be reutilized, I guess,
It could be.
by somebody.
But the current applicant who this zoning case is, he's purchased the property, so he wants to demolish the two buildings that are close to the corner and leave the one that's, I think it's an ear doctor, an ears, nose, and throat doctor. And that'll be a buffer between his development and the school, and of course, the 7-foot wall, as the resident said, hey, this wall is not, you know, it's not necessarily a good divider, but it's a great start, right? It's a CMU wall, 7 feet tall, so to help, you know, mitigate some of the sound attenuation from the development. But the applicant is here, and he can certainly speak to
No,
it.
and I understand your point of view, and you're absolutely technically correct, but there are political considerations here. So, thank you very much.
Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Raymond, and you and I spoke about my concerns on this particular parcel. You know, I understand the development that's occurring, and honestly, on this, I don't think it matters what side it is. The issue that I had with the project was the proximity to the school and to the hospital right across the street. Because, you know, when you think about places where sound and quiet and things like that are important, the first things that you think of are schools and hospitals, right? And the noise that comes off of you know, these car washes, you know, I'm more familiar with the one that's on Airline in Alameda. You know, it's close to the CVS I go to, and when I'm in the CVS that is further away than the school is, I can hear the vacuums, and I can hear the blower that dries the cars as they come out. So I'm very sensitive to that, and especially my children went to St. Patrick's Elementary School. I've had several family members that have spent time at Doctors Regional right across the street, and so, you know, it's difficult for me to kind of put those things to the side. And because of the importance that I think that it is for those two particular institutions to have the peace that they need and the quiet that they need for studies and for recovery and for things like that, it's just hard for me to support this project.
Understand.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have, Mr. Raymond. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment, public hearing, I'm sorry. And I'm going to call on those who had said they wanted to speak at the time of the item. And we'll start with Allison Shooks.
I'm Allison Schutz, artist, live on Topeka Street. First of all, thank you for the job that you do. I know it's not an easy job. I'd like for you to picture your house and have a car wash right across from your home. How would you like that? That's what we're asking of the Barons, if this goes through, who have lived in their house for 30 years, and they knew what the zoning was when they bought their house 30 years ago. And my neighbor also is in her 80s. She grew up in her house. She still stays there. But now we have Quick Quack Car Wash buying property last year, I think, knowing it wasn't zoned for a car wash, but pushing a car wash on us. The Planning Commission had good sense to vote no. Does aesthetics not matter anymore? Let's put a car wash right next to a church, like a school, Boy Scout building, and our historic neighborhood. Never mind the already busy intersection with the ambulance trying to get to the hospital across the road. And the chemicals will be okay and safe for our kids because after all, they are just Dawn dish soap, we were told. Not to worry. And they will build a wall high enough to keep them in. So I think it'll kind of look like a prison. That's what I imagine. All you have to do is light the grill to barbecue, to watch where the wind blows, to know you can't contain chemicals from those kids in the playground right over the proposed wall that they plan on building. So again, how would you like to live right across from a car wash? There are plenty of other businesses that would be more suited and already zoned for this specific lot and would look a lot better in that place. So I urge you not to issue this special permit. We bought our house just 2 years ago in Topeka, and one of the reasons that I loved it so much is I grew up as a child in Scotland next to a school, and I love hearing those kids out in the playground and their voices just happy and running around. I don't want that replaced with dryers and, car wash noises. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Shuggs. Susan McConnell? And then is Teresa Matter? Yeah, if you'll come down. And anyone else who's speaking on this item is welcome to come down as well.
Hello. I'm Susan McConnell. I live at 332 Louise Drive. My husband and I have bought our home 28 years ago in the Morningside district. We love living in this quiet part of town. There are families outside all the time. People play catch in their front yards. They bicycle. They walk their dogs. It's a very energetic and open community. I lived in another part of town for a while. We never knew our neighbors. We know everybody now. It's a beautiful place. And it's the sort of idyllic space that modern property developers are avid to emulate, to recreate. Therefore, I'm perplexed that our city would even put forth this rezoning proposition. It seems like we should have been safe from that. I shop at the H-E-B just down the street from the proposed location for the car wash, and it's the only H-E-B in town that has a designated parenthetical description. We're called the Medical District H-E-B. It's on their website. Mm-hmm. And I like that. My son was born at Doctors Regional Hospital. My husband's doctor and his dentist both have offices on Alameda Street and within easy walking distance of our home. We like living in this area. I just think that term medical district sounds nice, doesn't it? It has a good sound. It has a good ring to it. It's not industrial district. I did a little research on noise pollution, and I learned that one major source of noise pollution is industrialization. And really what that refers to are machines going all the time. Compressors, generators, exhaust fans, things like that. Sort of like free vacuum cleaners. Another major source, not surprisingly, is traffic. But this was the interesting thing I learned. Right up at the top of the list of sources of noise pollution, urban noise pollution, involve poor urban planning. That when city leaders don't make careful choices about the future, then that can lead to things like traffic congestion, or in our case, allowing residential areas to be encroached upon by industrial businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Teresa Motter. I live at 333 Catherine Drive in the Morningside District. I've lived there for 15 years, and I've lived in Corpus Christi for 36. I was a bit distressed to learn that the City Council was considering giving a car wash a special permit in our ON zone neighborhood. The current city ordinance limits noise to 70 decibels during the day. I checked the decibel levels at several washes in town, not just Quick Quack, and the decibel readings were 80 to 100 on the given property. When I moved off property, but facing the blowers, the readings were still generally between 75 and 80, but some places it was much higher. Mr. Demas has indicated there have been no noise complaints. No noise complaints does not equal noise ordinance compliance. I stood at the Army-Navy Credit Union parking lot on Airline, facing the blowers, and the decibel reading was between 80 and 100. Experts agree that 70 decibels, although in the safe zone, is annoying. I agree. My KitchenAid mixer and my espresso machine have readings of 70. It's annoying. It's hard to speak over in our kitchen. I cannot imagine teaching and or learning in that kind of an environment. A wall does not contain noise. That's not how noise works. On page 1 of the staff report, it states that Alameda is a C1 minor collection street and Texan Trail is an A2 secondary arterial street, which can convey a capacity between 20 and 32,000 average daily trips. If any of you have ever driven on Texan Trail between Santa Fe and Alameda, you know that that is currently not possible. On page 2 of the report, it reverses it and corrects that mistake. It's a mistake. I pointed it out in an email in December that I sent to City Council as well as to Mr. Demas. And on Sunday night, when I checked all of the forms, it was still there. At the Planning and Zoning meeting in December, Mr. Demas indicated that the current zoning would allow a 24/7 emergency room to open up, sirens blazing all hours of the day and night with no input from citizens. That may be correct. However, we are already neighbors to 2 hospitals. We do hear the sirens, and occasionally we hear a helicopter landing at Driscoll. At my house, when we hear the sirens, we stop what we are doing and we say a quick prayer for the patient, the family, and the healthcare team. Are our conversations and sleep sometimes interrupted? Yes, but it is to save someone's life, not to wash someone's car. Like my mixer and espresso machine, the sirens do not blare all day, every day. At the Planning and Zoning meeting, several residents spoke of environmental concerns. The sewers in this neighborhood have notices indicating that the runoff flows to the bay. To assuage the fears, Mr. Demas indicated that the chemicals are the same as Dawn soap. The Dawn soap I buy does not come with the material safety data sheet like the chemicals that will be used at the wash. This is not the same concentration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bader. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this particular item? Pardon? That's next, yeah. Okay, so I'll go ahead and, well, yes, applicant, I'm sorry, I thought I had to close public hearing. Yes, sir. Come on up.
We can agree it's a tough day to be me. Right?
We agree.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to start off, thank you for the time. It wouldn't have felt, if it was just 3 minutes, it wouldn't have felt like we got our time to discuss some of the concerns. And I hope to, at the very least, be able to set the record straight on a lot of things. There's been some
Yeah, there you go. Or just, yeah.
I'm tall.
You're tall, exactly.
Yes, Joseph Ernest. I'm with Lone Star Builders. We are the development arm of Quick Quack, often in many regions. I've been doing this for a while. I'm their general counsel and director of development. I also happen to serve on the planning commission in the city I live in, and I face a lot of the same challenges that you're facing now, and even on this very item. I wanted to thank staff. They helped us get to this point and walked us through the process and kind of gave us the intestinal fortitude to go through what we've gone through. I've actually never had this much animus towards the cute little car wash ever in any city. So it's been a little bit of an adjustment for me. I'd like to believe that we can disagree without being disagreeable, and I sincerely wish the neighbors the very best, regardless of the outcome. No animus, no guile, nothing. I want the best for them, and I would like to actually kind of dispel some of the things that have been said.
Can I ask you to restate your name? I'm so sorry.
Joseph Ernest.
Joseph. Okay, and you live in what city, did you say?
I live in, I work out of Springville, Utah. To start off, I actually had a PowerPoint presentation.
There it is.
Thank you so much. That duck is Quaggles. That's the mascot. Let's go to the site plan, if you would. Perfect. I think we'll keep it on there for a little bit. I'd kind of like to just discuss the area generally. I probably won't beat this up very much just because staff did a really good job. I definitely agree that it's a commercial corner. One of the things about Quick Quack, and again, I agree with the general plan, the comprehensive plan as well. It calls out for commercial. That's why we did it in the first place. We didn't have any illusions. Otherwise, staff thought it was a good idea. We agreed with them. I kind of, at this point, instead of talking about the HEB, there's an HEB up there, there's a Whataburger, there's a hospital, there's the muffin shop. It just feels like a commercial corner to me. There's a ton of traffic. We are next to residences and schools in many, many other locations. I hope to speak to why that works. We don't get complaints from anybody. I mean, we do sometimes, but we always talk to them and we always take care of it. But there aren't any lingering concerns. I can't say no one ever calls, right? That wouldn't be truthful. So at this point, I would like to talk about traffic, specifically try and address some of the concerns about traffic. One of the misconceptions is that a Quick Quack kind of draws traffic, is a destination location. We're actually not. I wish we were, but we're not. So the reason we want to be on the corner is because of the existing traffic that's already there. So Alameda and Texan Trail have an absorbent amount of traffic. The site itself is, if you can see here on this site, we can accommodate 30 vehicles from the exit of the tunnel all the way back until that shared access on the northeast side. That is just so many for us. Even at our peak times when we are just completely slammed, we won't even be close to that. We'll be 5 to 6 behind the vacuum the quarterback station, which is on that northwest portion. That's where our employees will greet the customers. We have a site that's bigger than we need, and that's to make sure we contain the traffic. It's really important to us that when a vehicle enters the site, they don't cause backups on the site, they don't cause backups in the shared access, they don't cause backups on the Alameda. And I submit to you, there's just nearly no chance of that ever happening. So the neighbors, they live along busy roads, and the Quick Quack's not going to change that. Whatever goes there is not going to change that, even if it's not a Quick Quack. They're still going to be on busy roads. One thing that is really great is the peak times of the school are contrary to the peak times of the car wash. And I think that's really important. So the peak times of the car wash are weeknights from 5:30 to 7 is our peak time. And then Saturday 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. That would be the car wash's peak times. Other than that, as far as pedestrian traffic, because I think it's good to speak to this right now, I don't have a pointer, but if you can see that, we actually are closing one of the accesses on Alameda. So as far as pedestrians, we're going to keep the other two accesses. Which is the same as it is now, but we're actually closing the one that straddles the two properties. So that should increase pedestrian safety. I don't know if you can see that, but on the south.
I think you can. Can you touch his screen? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That we propose that would be closed. And the only reason I'm kind of showing you the site plan is because you're in a fortunate position where if you did approve it, this is what we would do. So that's kind of why it's relevant to discuss. As far as noise, one of the nice things that Quick Quack does is you can see in the middle of this site plan, there are vacuum stalls. A lot of our competitors provide a car wash, a central vacuum engine per stall. We don't do that because it's extremely loud to the customers too, it's just loud. We do one central vacuum engine that powers each row of stalls. And then we enclose that engine with CMU block, which is the same aesthetics of the building itself. So we make it look really good and we make it quiet as far as the vacuum stalls go. And on the vacuum stalls, that's where an area where we're pretty consistently near schools or residences. It's the vacuum stalls that we would be able to be near those types of uses. The exit of the tunnel is the culprit of sound, is the exit of the tunnel. And as you can see, we point that to the south. And at the same time, as far as sound goes, we're very comfortable submitting to the terms of the special use permit. Sorry, that's all right. We're comfortable submitting to the terms of the special use permit, and we'd be complying with your sound ordinance. As far as environmental, so admittedly, it caught me off guard when one of the gentlemen asked me for the what do we use to maintain the car wash equipment? So at first they didn't want the soaps. They wanted, what do we do to maintain the car wash equipment? Honestly, I'd never heard that concern ever in my life, yet. But it was a good question. So I had to actually go and contact QuickWag and say, hey, what do you use to maintain your car wash equipment? And they said, well, like everything that's a moving mechanical part, there's grease, and then Dawn dish soap. I'm like, oh, great, good to know. So Dawn dish soap, that's great, that's really clean. And then I saw later on a PowerPoint presentation from one of the neighbors, and this was really alarming, that they were concerned about hydrofluoric acid, lye, and sodium hydroxide. And their concerns were extremely alarming to me. So I reached out to QuickWag and their soaps department and chemical department, and I said, hey, I need an answer. What do you guys do? So I have the following answer. Hydrofluoric acid, we don't use it. Some car washes do, we do not. Lye, we do not use it. Some car washes do, we do not. Sodium hydroxide, there are 2 soaps that we use that have a very low level of this chemical. Bug juice, so when you enter a car wash, the person who sprays your car, we call it bug juice. It's kind of cute, but. That soap uses less than 3% of the concentrated form of this product, which we then dilute 50-to-1 at application, meaning that it is 0.000006 of the application. Tire cleaner, we also use it, and it's 1% of the concentrated form of this product, which we then dilute 50-to-1 at application, meaning that it is 0.000002 of the application. And then he continues, for context, the food processing industry also uses sodium hydroxide. Their version is less pure. Ours is a cleaner form of the compound than what we use, and they use it at a higher concentration than we do. So at the very least, I'm very happy to set the record straight. We're not causing harm to people. We're not causing people to get sick. We're not hurting kids. We're not doing any of those things, which was great to learn. And as far as our soaps, we routinely submit soap lists to cities. It's common. We haven't had the city ask for that. I volunteered it. If they wanted it, it's fine. They haven't asked for it yet. As far as water conservation, that was another concern. I think it's a great opportunity to address it. Quick Quack Car Wash was founded in Sacramento, California, and they're the first that I know of. I don't know if any else has joined to join a water conservation effort and a water conservation group. Every Quick Quack Car Wash that's already here in the city has 3 1,500-gallon reclaim tanks underneath the tunnel. So we're recycling up to 70% of the water, and we're reusing it after we clean it. So, and we're cleaning it through that process in the reclaim tanks, and also we're cleaning it once it goes into that filtration system. We're cleaning it there and then at each reclaim tank. So we're using on average 26 gallons of water per vehicle. That's amazing for a car wash. If you were to wash your car in your driveway, you'd use at least 125 gallons. So it's a little counterintuitive, but actually our car washes will save water overall from washing your cars in your driveways. Each site employs 20 people to staff a site. It's 20 people. In the city, we'll have, when we're done, we'll have several. I think 5 or 6 in the city of Corpus Christi. We'll have 8 or 9 in the entire region. So we'll employ over 100 people. Each site represents a $3.5 to $4 million investment. So in Corpus Christi, we've had a great relationship with you guys, and thank you for that. It's been great. We haven't had any neighbors complaining or anything like that here in Corpus Christi, and our total investment will exceed $20 million in Corpus Christi. As far as our community efforts, and I think this is important, some of the reasons I'm going through this is because there's been some hostility, and I'd like to try. I get to work with QuickWhack, kind of like a third party, and I think they're amazing. So I'm trying to like kind of clear the air a little bit for what they do. One of the things they do is every grand opening, in advance of the grand opening, they find someone in the community or an organization in need. And they actually advertise that need to the community, that specific community. And they say, okay, the day before grand opening, the community comes out and they actually donate to that cause. And then QuickWhack and gets a free car wash. So they get a car wash, they donate to the cause in the community, and then QuickWhack sum totals those donations and then matches it. So already in Corpus Christi, and this has been really cool, it's by far the coolest thing QuickWhack does, is at our Staples Street opening, we were able to give Liza Kane $6,000. And she has severe kidney disease, and we just learned she's going to get a kidney transplant, one of your citizens. Amazing. Just quick, it's like there's no dry eye at these events when this happens. At our airline site, we were able to give $3,500 to Sean Saunders' widow and 2 kids, and really sad story, but amazing. QuickWhack does that. I can brag for them. I'm not them, so I can brag for them. $3,000 to New Life Refuge Ministries. It's a child trafficking organization on our Saratoga Boulevard site. And at Airline in Cimarron, $5,000 to Agape Ranch, which is a non-profit for foster families. So during COVID, we thought it was a good idea to give some to the foster families. In addition, we often donate time at the car wash once it's open to like the local Boy Scout troop or the local football team or cheer team or dance or whatever, and they can come and actually do a fundraiser with QuickWhack, and we donate for a specific period of time that we communicate with them. We donate the profit from the wash for that group. And to wrap up, see if I missed anything.
Mr. Ernest, if you could, I'm going to ask you to expand a bit on the noise factor.
Okay.
I know you said you use a central vacuum, but there was some great concern about that specifically. And, we've all driven by some car washes that, you got to have some noise.
Yes,
but if
ma'am.
you can maybe address that a little bit better.
Yes, ma'am. So for the vacuum, I would take it in 2 parts. So in the vacuum stalls, that's a noise culprit traditionally for a car wash. And then I think separate from that is the exit of the tunnel, which is where the air blowers hit the car. The moment the air blowers hit the car, that's the loudest point on the car wash. So I'll take the vacuums first. The vacuum stalls, we have a great solution wherein it's a single central vacuum engine for the entire row of vacuum stalls themselves that's enclosed in CMU block. And it's the same CMU block and aesthetics of the building. So, and then when they're not in use, so that's quiet, and then when the vacuums aren't in use, they're enclosed in rubber enclosures, which further dampens the noise. They become nearly silent at that point. As for the exit of the tunnel, with the sound ordinance that's in place, we're comfortable at the exit of the tunnel, which is to the south, that the cars along Alameda and Texan Trail will be louder than the car wash, and that we'd meet the sound ordinance. Mayor, does that answer your question?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I think one of the other comments that were made was about Adam Smith, and I was kind of misquoted. And when someone misquotes me on Adam Smith, since I'm a political science guy, I figure I might as well correct them. So the reason I referenced Adam Smith was because I was actually referencing competition in the market, not profit and greed. So what I was referencing is that when there are more car washes in the market, they're competing for the citizens of Corpus Christi's dollars, and that actually breeds innovation. It produces a better car wash, and in fact, it even drives down costs. So that's why I mentioned Adam Smith is about competition. Also, the reason we want so many QuickWhacks is because if you're a member at a QuickWhack, you're a member at all the QuickWhacks. And so it becomes a great community service that you could actually drive around Corpus Christi and Portland and Kingsville, and you can just get your car washed anywhere you go. Lastly, and this is one of the hopes I have, is my hope here is that the city kind of comes to the aid of the property owner. It's kind of our only chance, really, because you have a lot of opposition of the neighbors, and I think a lot of it stemmed from initial miscommunication about the chemicals. Not all of it, but some of it surely did. And at this point, you have to weigh competing property rights and a juxtaposition between what this property owner wants to do, I'm speaking on behalf of the property owner, and what the existing property owners currently enjoy. And if the city can come up with a way that requires QuickWhack to develop in a way that's thoughtful, that mitigates the concerns of the neighbors, and still allows this property owner to do what they want to do, then by golly, that's a core function of government. That's quoting John Locke there. You guys can quote me on John Locke. So that's a core function of government, and I would urge you and plead that the special use permit and the terms of that special use permit, I feel like staff did a really good job of doing just that, mitigating the effects of the car wash against the neighbors and coming up with a solution. So, and then the other part of this is, again, QuickWhack we're not a bad company. It feels good when you have a dirty car and you go get your car cleaned. It feels good. The worst case scenario here is not dead kids. It's not people getting hit with cars. Worst case scenario here is more clean cars. And it'll look good, and it's a redevelopment in the corner. Millions of dollars that will replace those old buildings. So I really appreciate your consideration. I agree with staff, and I hope for the best. And I'm here for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ernest. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, and I'm sorry, your first name again?
Joseph.
Joseph.
Not a problem, sir.
Okay, Joseph. So I'm having a little difficult time. It's hard to see this plat on your PowerPoint from our perspective, but where do the cars, so there's only one entry into this lot?
No, sir, there are two. There's one on the southwest, and there's one on the northwest.
Okay. This is Alameda Street, so there's not a street here.
Texan Trail.
So, but there's Texan Trails over here, so you're gonna have a driveway that comes off of Alameda and comes around?
Yes, sir, it exists now.
Okay, and then they'll go through the wash tunnel, so they're almost like making a circle there, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they go back out on Alameda or Texan Trail?
Alameda.
Okay, so that's how they come in. All right. Yeah, I guess for me, and first of all, I want to say, and I can't speak for the whole council, but I can speak for myself. I have absolutely no animosity about your corporation whatsoever. We're glad you're here, I'm glad you're here in Corpus Christi. I'm glad you're providing jobs. We're glad you're spending money here. We're glad you're a benefactor to so many charities around, and that's a great thing. And we hope I hope you nothing but great success. It's just that there are certain places where certain things don't exactly fit, and the noise and the close proximity, as Councilman Martinez brought out, to the school, those are some things, and the neighborhood are things that are of concern. I was also a little concerned about, because I've had to traverse the traffic congestion trying to get into Doctors Regional before, and at this intersection, you're right, there's a lot of traffic. And it sometimes becomes a challenge to navigate that. So that was my other concern. But I just wanted to say that regardless of what happens here today, I don't think there's any animosity about your company whatsoever. We're glad you're here. So, and hopefully we'll get to work on a lot of other projects down the road.
I appreciate that, and really appreciate the time to try and set the record straight too.
Yeah.
Without this, it would have never
Not
happened.
at all. You're due that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I represent an area that has had an influx of car washes. I want to say we've had 10 or 11 in the last 2 to 3 years.
How big is that area? Sorry, I'm
District
interested.
5?
I'm interested.
Okay, I'm referring to our council District 5,
Yes,
which
sir.
is from Weber out to Rodfield Road. So you have one close on Saratoga, which is just off of Weber, but it's in a commercial area. The only problem I have with that location is it sometimes backs up a little bit traffic-wise because of the amount of traffic on Saratoga. You also have one on Staples, close to Yorktown, which is also in a commercial area, no housing around it. Haven't had any issues with that one. Unfortunately, you have competitors that have caused me problems. Now, not Quick Quack, but
Oh, good. I'm in the clear.
Go Car Washes is the one in particular, which they put their blowers right at somebody's backyard, two backyard, and I'm not a fan of that.
The exit of the tunnel faces
The exit of the
residences?
tunnel faces someone's backyard.
Oh.
Yeah. Now our development services didn't have any, or current development services leadership didn't have anything to do with that, but
I could have suggestions of how to mitigate the sound for that.
well,
Maybe I'll tell Andrew.
Well, I hope you do, because that considering Saturday when you're at home, you had those blowers going from all day Saturday and Sunday. It seems like. So I can understand from perspective of someone that lives close by to a car wash how they could have some concern if they're at their home on Saturday and they're listening to those blowers go all morning long or into the early afternoon. Can you tell me what kind of decibel levels you have as you move away from the car wash, depending on where the position of your blowers are from the exit of your tunnel?
Yes, sir. So I'll make approximations. Is that okay?
Give me 50 feet, 100 feet.
Sure. So on the northwest side, which is the entrance of the tunnel is the northwest, the entrance, and then you have the vacuum stalls. I would expect at that property line that during operating hours, our decibels would be under 70 at the property line. On the north side. But then across the street, I'd expect it under 65. It dissipates that fast, frankly, across the street, because that street's what, 60, 50 feet?
I understand that our levels are 70 during the day, and I think it drops down to 50 in the evenings. But that, even with that, those are pretty significantly loud, and to have it consistent. So if you're across the street, you only get down to 65. It's still significant.
Sure. I would propose and let you know that Alameda and Texan Trail would be equally as loud, if not louder, than 65. So I'm pretty confident that the car wash at the residences won't be the driver of sound at the residences to the north, which is a big concern.
Maybe on Alameda, but not on Texan Trail. And, when you're the loudest is probably Saturday, right?
Saturday, 11 to 1, yeah.
Right. So the noise is going to be probably from the car wash on people on Texan Trail. Now Alameda probably not, but you don't have residents on Alameda. And then where your blower exit at is facing the school. Now I don't have any kids there now, but I had two of my sons go to St. Patrick's. Still know people there. What would your noise level be at the school?
We would definitely comply with the sound ordinance on that, council member.
Okay, I understand our sound ordinance.
So if you don't like your sound ordinance, change it.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. But what I'm asking for is what the decibel levels would be. So you're saying it's going to be within our ordinance?
70, under 70.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Molina. Yes, that's everybody. Oh, okay. Councilman Hunter, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I think I turned my light off. I was just going to have a question. How long has that property been vacant? It's for Mr. Demus and crew.
Question for Al.
I don't have a good answer. We think about a year, but we
About a
really
year.
are not sure.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I wanted to say to your question about the blowers, remember, this site is just 2 buildings. There's a 3rd building here to the lower right, if you will, that buffers before you get to the school property, just making a point.
What type of doctor's office is there?
Ear, nose, and throat.
Ear, nose, and throat. Ear, nose, and throat.
Yeah.
One more. The side of a building is actually a great sound buffer,
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all our questions, but we have Councilman Molina who's going to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ernest, you did an excellent job, I think, of providing the information and some clarity, and explaining some of the benefits that the Quick Quack company provides to the area. I think Mr. Raymond and your team did a great job of trying to move this project forward. But for the benefit and to protect the integrity of the neighborhood, I'm going to make a motion to deny the zoning from ON Neighborhood Office District to the ON SP Neighborhood Office District with a special permit.
Okay, I'm going to close public hearing, and then we'll go ahead and do that. So we have a motion to, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, deny or to?
Sorry. It is a motion to deny the zoning from the ON Neighborhood Office District to the ON SP Neighborhood Office District with a special permit.
Okay. Okay, we have, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, we're going to go back to, our board and committee. No, I'm sorry, Rebecca. Well, is it, it's 3:30? Pardon? Yeah, I mean, if it's not going to make a difference, is it?
Board and commissions.
Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we'll do the boards. Mm-hmm. Oh, Norma.
All right, Mayor and Council, we have several boards for your consideration today. The first is the Committee for Persons with Disabilities. There are 5 vacancies on that committee. And per Council Policy Number 10, the Committee for Persons with Disabilities may make recommendations for board appointments to the council. So noting that, the committee is recommending the reappointments of Melanie Gomez and Christina Butler, and the new appointments of Imelda Trevino, Jennifer Aleman, and Olivia Allen. And for the reappointments, you do see the attendance records. Those are in your packets. So if you would like to consider the reappointments first. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so then that leaves us with the new appointments. And the committee's recommending Imelda Trevino, Jennifer Aleman, and Olivia Allen. If you would rather, you do have some nominees here as well if you want to look at those. But that is the committee's recommendation for your consideration.
Can you
So
state
it's-
those names again, please?
Sure, it's in the packet. It's Imelda Trevino, Jennifer Aleman, and Olivia Allen.
I move to accept those recommendations.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. So next we have the Crime Control and Prevention District. There's 1 vacancy, and each council member appoints a board member to this committee subject to confirmation by the full council. So Councilmember Hernandez is appointing Andrew Leeton, and this is subject to council approval.
I move to accept that recommendation.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Hey, make sure this one doesn't quit.
Hey, Chief Markle, you know, he decided to come out of retirement.
Okay. So next we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. There is one vacancy on that committee, and you do have a list of applicants to choose from. If we can look at nominees, please.
Mayor, I nominate Linda Lindsay.
Sir, I couldn't hear.
All right, Linda Lindsay.
Linda Lindsay, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. There's no representation from District 2 on this particular board, so I would like to nominate Angela Bringman.
Angela Bringman, okay. Okay, are there any other nominees?
Okay, we can start.
Okay, so you want to start with
Sure.
Mr. Barrera?
Bringman.
Okay, Mr. Hunter? Okay, Lindsay, okay. Mr. Pesley? Mr. Martinez?
Lindsay.
Mayor Guajardo, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Lindsay.
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 Okay,
Bregman.
Bregman.
Bringman.
Bregman. And
Okay.
may I state
So-
again that this now even makes it even worse by appointing more people from District 4 to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
That would make it 7.
Now we only have one representative from District 5, one from District 1, none from District 2. It is, I believe there is, what, do you have 2 in District 3 maybe? 1? So it seems that this is very unbalanced on this particular board.
agree.
Where, you know, we're getting, you know, I don't have anything against District 4. I think they're fine people over there. But you need to have some representation from around the city, not just District 4
Well,
for
and the
Parks and
comment
Recreation.
was made, and Rebecca, that needs, you know, I don't know how we accomplished that, but I think everyone up here is involved in that as well. But we absolutely do need to have better outreach. We've talked about this, you know, for some
Okay,
time.
so
but
we can
where
do
it's
more press releases.
outreach and,
Yeah.
I mean, we just need to figure out how we
So
can
from a
get
district, okay.
people, you know, I don't know, we can figure something out, maybe with PIO or,
Sure, we'll look at promoting
Yeah.
that, Mayor.
sure. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay, let's go.
Okay, next we have the reinvestment zone number 3, that's the downtown board. There are 4 vacancies. One of those 4 is for the downtown management district. They're recommending postponement at this time for further consideration. So that would leave us with 3 positions to take care of today. Historically, council members have been appointed to the board. And at this time, council members Pesley, Hunter, and Molina are eligible for reappointment.
I don't know about that.
I move to
Yeah, let's
approve.
discuss.
I move to
Okay.
approve those 3 individuals.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then we also, the council does appoint one of the members of the board as the chairman for the term of 1 year. The current chairman is council member Billy Lerma. Reappoint, okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so the last board is the Senior Core Advisory Committee. There are 3 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 1 RSVP volunteer, 1 SCP volunteer station, and 1 at-large. And Joanne Arevalo, Betsy Miller, and Allison Vella, they are seeking reappointment, and their attendance records are in your packets, and they meet those categories as stated.
Okay.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms.
Rebecca,
Huerta.
Also, Joanna Revolo lives in District 3. She's listed here in District 4.
That's just what was on her packet, I guess,
I
but
know
we'll
it
make
says on her
that
packet,
correction.
but she lives on Camargo.
Okay, we'll
It's
make
in her
that
address
correction.
too, so, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on to the items that we pulled from the consent agenda. And we're going to start with item number 4, ordinance appropriating $3 million from the general fund unreserved fund balance for fire department equipment funded by the FY 2021 Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment Program revenue and amending the FY 2022 operating budget by increasing expenditures in the fire general fund by $3 million. Chief Rocha.
Yes, thank you.
Well, actually, I mean, who pulled it? I'm sorry. You did, so you go ahead.
I mean, this is just a good news item. I wanted
good.
Chief Rocha to
Yeah.
say a few words. This was back when we kind of started together. And
Yeah.
people said we couldn't do it, and y'all did it. And you brought us money that the taxpayers here aren't having to bring in. Y'all have done a great job. So I just want to highlight that, and
Great.
hopefully some of the other departments can do what y'all are doing also, so.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Councilman. And yes, we do have a long history with TASC now. And one of the great things about this is that the benefits of it for the department translate into benefits for our community. We're going to have better equipment, newer equipment. The Lucas devices are an item that we've looked at for a number of years, and that's going to be able to hopefully translate into some successes out in the field. But really, I want to take the time to thank the council, the mayor, city manager, chief of staff, and all of you for really allowing the fire department to make this investment into the department and an investment in our community.
Thank you, and Michael, thank you for pulling it, because this is a very, very good news item.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Spend it wisely, Chief Rocha.
Move to approve.
Oh, yes.
Oh, let the mayor do it.
No,
All
you're
right.
fine, you're fine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Don't say no. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 14. That is a motion authorizing amendment number 1 to a professional services contract with Hanson Professional Services to provide additional design, bid, and construction phase services for our residential street rebuild program. And who pulled this one? Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, the reason I asked for this to be pulled was because I was a little concerned about how the timing of this. Is this, just for clarity, this is for the 2022 residential street reconstruction program, is that correct?
What this is, and this is not normal for us to do this as an amendment. Normally, what we would do is we would re-procure this, which means you've got to develop a request for qualifications, you publish it for about a month, you give them about a month to respond, and then you go through evaluations and then interviews and then scoping and negotiation, and it can take about 4 months. So the original contract that Hanson had was for what we're calling year 1 and year 2 of the program, and that's the construction contracts that year 2 was just awarded in December at council. So this includes some additional streets that were added to the 2022 program, and we're also adding the year 3 program to it. And the reason we're doing this is basically Roland is a slave driver, and he's making us work really hard. And so, no, we got a little bit caught up, overtaken by events. And so we're making a couple of changes. What we want to do is be able to, on day 1 of the fiscal year, or first council meeting of the fiscal year, have construction contract ready to award for bid. So we have RFQ'd for what is we're calling the 24, 25, 26, or year 4, 5, 6 program, and we're going to be selecting a consultant on that for our normal process. But the easiest way to keep the program moving forward and meet the schedules in the IMP was to amend work onto the existing Hanson contract for some additional streets that we're adding on the year 22 program and for the 2023
So this is not for the
program.
entire 22 program, this is additional.
It's additional in the year 2 2022 program, and it's also for the year 3 program.
Okay, now the year 3 program says bid documents.
Correct.
That's not design, that's what exactly, can you explain what exactly that is?
Well, Another change that we're doing, so the way that we did the first couple of times, the bid documents did not have construction documents. They had, it was like we do IDIQ contracts, where there was sort of a buffet of pay items based on kind of preliminary estimates, and then we would do the engineering basically in line with the construction. So we're issuing delivery orders with detailed construction drawings as the contractor is moving. And a change that Public Works wants to do is they want to have all of those detailed designs in place at the time that you bid the project, to get more back into a design, bid, build type of format. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so we're already in February of 2022, and we haven't started a 2022 project yet. Is that correct?
You awarded the construction contract for the 2022 program in December.
Okay, so we still have a 2021 project that hasn't been started, the Middlecoff, correct?
Middlecoff is on the street IMP for in-house.
So you're going to do in-house, that's,
Yeah, we're gonna do
it's
that
not,
on the in-house,
okay,
and
so
we
what
have
we're,
to do-
so
Can
we're
you turn
talking
your mic
about.
on, Mr. Mata?
Yes, ma'am.
It's on
Is
the
it on?
microphone. Oh, it's on the base of the microphone.
No, it says on the table. It's up on the table.
No, it's at the corner, there you go.
No, Middlecoff is on the IMP. It is still gonna be constructed. It's an in-house project with flat work being done.
Okay, well, we haven't started that.
We haven't started on that
Okay.
one, but that's not on the RSRPs that we're trying to approve.
So when are we going to start on the residential reconstruction program for 2022? Because some of them were supposed to already have been started, correct?
Well, go ahead, John.
That contract was awarded in December, so we are working on the FY 2022 program.
But have we started any projects?
We have not started on the 2022s, and one of the things that we're trying to do is, through this effort, is put the 22s and 23s together.
Okay, but it just says bid tabulation for 2023. In my understanding that we haven't actually done any, we're not actually contracting for design for 2023. That's just the preparation for that.
Our plan is to get the 2023 designed and then be
Okay,
in
so are
construction
we-
by October.
Are we going to do that? Is Hanson going to do that, or are we going to do an RFQ?
No,
and a normal
Hanson's going to
process?
do that.
Hanson will do that.
That's what this is.
So you're actually doing for the remaining for 2022 and for start for 2023 with an amendment.
Yes.
Was that? I don't think that was our intention. Was it our intention to do them annually, or how? I mean, there's a lot of things happening here, right? But that's not our normal process.
That's right. And, our normal process, unfortunately, when we decided how we were going to move forward on this, we'd already missed the start time to not delay things. So
Okay,
this is
so
what we're recommending to
going
to not
forward,
delay.
I mean, if you're going to do 2023 in this as well, it doesn't quite say that specifically. It says bid tabulation. Am I misreading that?
We already have the 22s and 23s.
Okay, Hanson Professional Services, Inc. has prepared the bid documents and engineering design for previous streets. Professional services will be 100% engineering design for RP streets listed for fiscal year 2022 infrastructure management plan, and prepare bid documents for residential street reconstruction streets for fiscal year 2023 IMP. So are they going to do the design for 2023, or are they just going to do the bid documents?
Well, the bid documents for 2023 all are going to include the construction documents. They're going to be full construction documents.
Okay.
So we're kind of moving.
Maybe it doesn't quite clearly state it in the.
It's not totally clear, but it is another thing that's changing. So we are changing the way we do this, and this is based on the desires of Public Works to not do that two-step process where we bid the project and award a contract, and then we're doing the designs as the construction is going on. We're trying to get our legs up under us and have full-blown construction documents at the time we bid.
So with that, will all the projects in 2022 under the residential street reconstruction program that we have promised to our citizens, will they be completed in 2022?
I think they should be,
They shouldn't be.
because
No,
you've awarded the construction contract
Some
on
of them,
those.
Roland can explain this, but some are longer lead that you won't have.
Some
probably
some
gonna
may
go-
have utility conflicts that we're going to
Right.
have, and some of them are going to be completed within that time frame. So it just depends what the project consists of, and then we can go from that point on. Because right now, in working with utilities, they also have made a list and said, oh, based on your list, these are some of the utility improvements that we're going to be doing. So it's a combination of us working with utilities, us trying to see if we can plan out 2023 out. In 2023, fiscal year 23, we're going to put a bid out for a consultant to start looking at 24 and 25 designs. We want to be 1 year ahead in our designs.
And
so that
we're a little bit behind right now.
and we're a little bit behind, but our hope is to catch up and be a way ahead in the next 2 to 4 years.
And I ask that you provide the information on when these things starts. We talked a little bit about this during our tour of District 5, of when these projects are actually going to get started. And I know what you'd sent me, only there was only a couple of on there and everything else was in planning.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can give us some estimated time, because the questions we get, and Councilman Pusley had mentioned it, or actually Councilman Smith had mentioned it earlier, the one thing that we get the most questions on is residential street reconstruction or the IMP prep.
Yes, sir.
When are we doing stuff? So, and that was my main question to you when we went on that tour, is when are we starting this project? When are we, going on? So I understand that we're a little behind, you're trying to catch up, and this amendment was part of that.
That's
I'm
an
more-
accurate statement, yes.
I like the RFQ process, so we can, make sure we're not doing anything, or can't be said that we're favoring one company over another.
Yeah.
But I understand the urgency. I won't complain about it. But specifically, I think if you can give us that list on when we're starting construction, or when we start completion timeframes, it would be a lot easier for us to make that communication to the public. So this is, and that, I'm not, you need to clean up the language a little bit on how it's stated here on the memo, but please get us that information so we can help you
Mr. Stoney,
communicate.
you have a comment?
Yeah, right. So Councilman, we, at the request of Councilman Molina a year ago, so we've been providing quarterly updates to the council on the IMP program, on the neighborhood streets in particular. So we plan on doing that next week. I've been providing quarterly reports.
No,
from
no,
this-
I
right.
understand, and,
Yeah.
and well, like I said, I went through this just recently, because we
Right.
went and visited some streets.
Yeah.
Specifically when we're talking about bonding projects, as
Right.
well as when these projects will start, and look at them.
Right.
But a lot of them were still in planning.
Right, as they should have been. So next week, we'll provide you, and we'll have a handout as well.
Okay.
What you're asking for, it's part of our business process. We do that every quarter. Provide the council here, and I present, and we'll hand out the material as well. We'll have that for you
Okay.
next Tuesday.
All right, so hopefully we won't have to go through this amendment process again. We can just do a regular RFQ for the next cycle.
It's already published and closed, so that selection is already underway
Okay.
for that next round.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
and I do have another piece of good news for you to answer a question that you had earlier. Yes, I think we're going to have one of your District 5 projects in that group of bond projects. It'll be under construction by
Maybe you can
November,
beat
or
our
at least
pants in on lights.
awarded. I've had an opportunity to have extensive conversations with Rivera, with Hanson, waiting for
I don't
this
mean to
item
beat
to
up
come
Hanson, it just,
We're confident that we'll be able to have that project awarded by
So
November.
we're going to move up LIPES a little bit, right? Since
No,
we're a little
we're
bit
not.
behind there.
Okay, moving on. Thank
Sorry.
you, Mr.
Yeah,
Evans.
I've gotta
Thank
push for District
you.
5, right?
Yes, I know, I'm in 5. Okay, motion to approve. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, and the last item that we pulled, Rebecca, you pulled item number 16, resolution adopting criteria for the use, or for use, in the 2022 redistricting process.
Yes, ma'am. So we do have the resolution adopting the criteria, as you stated, Mayor. That's in the council's packet. That was presented on the 25th as well for council's review and input. But today what I'd like to also, I do have a PowerPoint presentation to discuss the community input sessions that staff is putting together, and that is at the response of citizens who've requested this information. So if you could put up my PowerPoint, please. Thank you very much. Okay. So the proposed schedule for the community input sessions, the first one would be on Tuesday, February the 22nd. That's a general session, and that one would be a hybrid session. So in-person and virtual participation would be sought there, and it's in City Council chambers. That is a council meeting date, so we'll take a break at 6. All the times for the schedule are 6 to 7. So at that time, we'll take a break or hopefully conclude the meeting and then continue with our general session. On Wednesday, February the 23rd, that's a presentation in district. It would be in District 2. It is in person. It's at Lindale Senior Center at 3135 Swantner. The next one would be Thursday, February the 24th. That's District 1 in person and at Owen Hopkins Library on McKinsey Road. Next slide, please. Then we have District 5 in person at Veterans Memorial High School. Wednesday, March 2nd, District 3. That's at Water Utilities Building in the Choke Canyon Room, and that address is 2726 Holly Road. Thursday, March 3rd, another in-person, District 4, Ethel Irely Senior Center. Next slide, please. And then the final session would be on Tuesday, March the 6th. That's also a council meeting date. It would begin at 6 o'clock, and that's a hybrid session. It's in-person and virtual. So it's a total of 7 community input sessions, 5 district sessions, and 2 general sessions. This is the last redistricting we did in 2011. We had 1 public hearing. So this is quite a bit more community input than we've done in the past. And we are listening to the citizens, their requests for more opportunities for engagement. And this is one way that we would do that. Next slide, please. But there's other ways that they can engage as well. We do have a redistricting webpage that's in progress now. Hopefully that will be ready next week. It will include current and proposed maps. It will also include a map that includes the census blocks that our consultant will be using to draw these districts or the redistricting. So that's something that would allow people to, if they wish, they could use that information to draw their own maps. So that will be available on the website and upon request as well. All the council presentations that we will have will be documented on there. The community input schedule will be on there, and timelines for approval as they may change or they're subject to change will be on there as well. And then just why we redistrict, information on why, who, what, where, why, all that information would be on there as well. So as I state, that's in progress. The other thing is written public comment will be allowed throughout the process. And we do have a dedicated email address for that to receive that comment. It's 2022redistricting@cctexas.com, and that's active now. We will have a media campaign as well. So we will be using social media, press releases. There's a press release scheduled today, assuming the council is good with the community input sessions that we have listed. And we'll promote it, just try to get people out there, encourage that engagement. So it can be done in person, you can engage virtually, you can engage written, they can engage with you. Council member, any members of the public can email you directly if that's what they choose to do. But we do want to hear the comments, and it is a transparent process, as transparent as we can make it. And so this is a new component that we'll be using here to promote that. Next slide, please. So here's our timeline. It is subject to change depending on this dynamic process that we're in. So the first thing we've already done, right, the initial assessment of the redistricting data that was provided by our consultant. We're on step 2 today. That's why it's green to adopt the criteria and the guidelines. Then we have a council workshop scheduled. That's on Monday, February the 21st. And at that meeting, we're going to review and revise the first draft of the illustrative map. And the illustrative map means the redistricting map being proposed by our redistricting council. And that's for the council's review. Any revisions you want to make to that map, that would all be done in an open session for all to see. Then yes, sir, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Sorry. I don't understand. Go back, please bring that back up.
Okay.
One more. One more. I guess it's several more. Wherever she was left off.
What were you interested in talking about, sir?
Well, on your schedule.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right there. Your February 8th resolution adopting criteria, that's what we're doing today.
Yes, sir, proposed
And on
today.
February 21st, we're going to have a council workshop where we're going to review and revise the first set of maps that will be issued to us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've never seen it done that way. Usually, we have some sort of input workshop process with our hired attorneys to give them input as to the things that we have concerns about before they start drafting the first maps.
Well, I did, we are receiving information now, but if you recall during the presentation our consultant made, the input that we're receiving is going to be in the open. So, like, I don't know if you're asking for individual
No, I'm fine
meetings,
with doing
but
it in the open, Rebecca. I'm not suggesting that we're not doing it in the open. What I'm suggesting is, why are we not having that ahead of when we would draw a map?
Well, it's
It
both.
just seems to me like the consultant is going to make all the decisions about how the map's drawn and submit it to us for us to either like or dislike.
I've also sent some correspondence to the council. I'm serving as the conduit for any input that you have prior to this meeting. That was sent yesterday, or last week, I think. So that's another way to provide the information.
I realize that too, but we were just talking about the fact that I thought we were going to do that in some sort of open, out in the open.
Well, we are on the 21st. If that map doesn't work, we can do another iteration of the map if that's needed with the input. So, I mean, that is an opportunity to provide input.
Okay.
And they're going to redraw it there. I mean, depending on the input that you have at that session.
I'll rest my case. It just seems to me like we're putting the horse before the cart, but okay.
Okay.
Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you, Rebecca. I think you're doing a great job of having an open, like you said, we're meeting a lot more. We're going to be getting the information at about the same time the public is. But this is kind of for any media that is out there with it. It has been an unpublicized event, and there's nobody sitting over there right now in the gallery. Folks, help us out there. Help your citizens in the city and broadcast it out. I know you're sending out the press releases, but let's get some interviews out there, newspaper, TV on there. Let's talk about this and make sure our citizens are aware and engaged in this very important process.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to say that I know I have sent some correspondence to our city secretary on some recommendations that I had. Being in District 5, I'm going to lose a few districts. And I kind of looked at it from the perspective of what would be the cleanest in terms of boundaries. Not all voting districts have good boundaries. It's down a residential street in some cases. So I recommended the ones that had arterials as boundaries for the particular voting precincts. That being said, that was my input ahead of time before the workshop that is scheduled for the 21st.
Yes, sir. And that's been provided to our redistricting council as well as our in-house legal.
Now, I think a little bit of this is we're getting some some of the backlash from what happened over at the county with one of the commissioners redistricting his opponent to where he wouldn't be in the same precinct. So, you know, I don't think we have that issue here. I don't think anybody's going to try and undistrict their opponent because we'll be doing this well in advance of when you have to file. So that being said, I hope that our friends over at the League of Women Voters will give us some latitude in doing this without creating a independent review commission, because I think we don't have the same issues that the county did. Thank you.
No, we do not. It's an understatement. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, I just want to clarify something.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was going to continue, but he still has another question.
My comments a while ago, Rebecca, were no knock on you. I always like to have input with the consultant, whether it's an engineer, an architect, an attorney, whoever it is that we've hired to work for us, that we have an opportunity to give them our input. Now, Councilman Hernandez has provided some input, but I don't have any idea what that is.
Right, but it's going to be.
So, I
It'll be
just thought we
shared
were
on
going
the
to have kind of a
21st.
free-form discussion with our hired gun to give some opinions, and I'm basically going to be listening because I'm at large. I really don't care.
Right.
So that's.
Well, I hope I'm understanding. So when our consultant was talking on, I'm not trying to argue with you, but when our consultant was speaking to us about the initial assessment, and he did say, you know, the Open Meetings Act has changed since we did redistricting in, 2011. So we can't have, they're not recommending one-on-one meetings or anything like that.
And I'm
kind
not-
of, that's
I'm
why
not
we went the
suggesting-
email route. That's the only thing I'm trying to say.
not suggesting one-on-one meetings at all.
I think
Just
Councilman
input.
Pusley is saying,
I want everybody in the same room.
yeah, and I think
So
they,
we are
and correct me if I'm
the
wrong, you're
21st.
saying instead of working from something, let's create that something together, opposed to them saying, here's your first draft, now work from it.
I don't want to be force-fed anything.
Right, well, I hate to use the word force-fed, but I understand what you're saying, because they would be saying here, because the way this reads, you're saying, here's the first draft. So they're coming up with the first draft, and you're saying, let's all come up with the first, correct?
If we were going to hire an architect to design a building,
You want to be part of that, right?
we wouldn't go say, hey, architect, we've got this piece of ground out here, go draw us a plan. We'd say, first of all, we want this, 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 and this. Be sure you include this in your plan.
Well, that's the resolution. That criteria includes some of that in there. So it's giving the consultant some basic information. But we'll take that information to our consultant and see if another workshop's necessary. I mean, I'm not sure how to address that otherwise.
So, I'm sorry, so for example, you said Councilman Hernandez had sent you some.
Yeah, he said, he's provided feedback.
No,
we've
and that's fine,
provided
but I'm
that.
saying, and maybe others too, you know, I don't know.
Right.
So that information will go to,
Yes, it already has. So when you sent it, it went straight to our consultant, so, and to our legal staff as well. So that's the mechanism we're using now to obtain this,
Right.
this input.
okay, hang on, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Rebecca, so I've got a couple of questions here. Rebecca, when you when you're putting, as you're working through facilitating this whole process, up to this point, you know, we have had the League of Women Voters reach out
Yes, we
and
have.
provided some input. Were any of those recommendations taken into consideration when you were preparing this presentation?
Yes, they were. So their request for district meetings, that's included. The request for virtual, to allow for virtual input, to allow for ease of input in writing. That's why we have the email address. Trying to think of what else they requested, but just more hearings. They wanted hearings in the evening, not just have hearings during the council meetings when people may or may not be able to attend. So we did handle that as well, providing evening
And
evening
you
hours.
said we're having 6 more meetings than we've had?
We're having six more, because in 2011 we had one public hearing. That was all.
Wow.
So it's quite an augmentation. It really is from what we did last time. We really are trying to meet that requirement. It is important for citizens to be involved. So we hear that, and that's what we've put together in this draft for your consideration today. So.
And the other question I have, I think it's more of a IT question, and maybe Peter, you can help me with this, or maybe one of the staff members can help. I know during the budget process, in the past, we've had interactive maps or not maps, it would be maps in this case, but we've had interactive web pages where citizens can go online and manipulate the budget and make adjustments. And as they make those adjustments, the website would adjust the other parts that are affected in the budget.
Right. Yes, sir.
Would it, and I don't know if you're already considering this, but is that type of technology or capability available today for our citizens, for them to go in and interact with a online map that has the census data included with it?
It may be, it may be, did you?
We're working with our IT
Okay,
department
good.
now and GIS to create, they're called story maps, so they're illustrative maps that allow for different scenarios. We've just started that process, but we do want an interactive map for sure that allows people to make those types of adjustments. So it's in progress, but thank you for that feedback. We'll see how we
I think
can
that's
incorporate
important. We have, it appears like we have many citizens that are willing to be engaged in this process,
Right.
and they may or may not have the census data available to them. So if we can make it easy for them to help us with that process, I think that would go a long way with them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So if there aren't any other questions, I just want to conclude the PowerPoint.
And thanks with it. I think if the proper thing to do, if we have certain council members that are making suggestions, that those should be available to the public on there, that with it they need to know what ones are thinking. From my side, I'm not making any until we get to the point everybody has the same set of data and working off the same page. But if we have some communications going that like to see this, I think it would be, it is important that the public is aware of what is being said by members of this council in suggestions.
Okay, I'll refer to our legal counsel on that. I just had one more slide. I was just going to go over the timeline. So the last slide is this timeline. So we were talking about the council workshop where the consultant would provide a first draft of the illustrative map for council comments and reviews. And then the community input sessions would occur between February 22nd and March the 8th. And then assuming the input from the community sessions, the council and the public are content with the map, we could have the first reading on March the 22nd and the second reading on March the 29th. And of course, those are additional opportunities for the public to comment. Or, those could be delayed depending on the council, the wish of the council and the public. So that's just a draft timeline for your review. It is subject to change depending on how the process goes. So at this time, I was going to ask for questions, but I've gotten a lot of questions. But I could take more questions if y'all have more. That's no problem.
Councilman Hunter?
I just wanted to applaud District 2 Councilman for coming up with tech ideas.
That's right. Nice,
so
Michael.
Just wanted to give him some love over there.
I saw your notes before the meeting.
Oh.
Councilman Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Rebecca, first off, on March the 2nd, I'm flying in from DC.
Okay.
So you have it scheduled for that evening, Lord willing, there won't be any delays.
Okay.
And that's the one particularly for District 3, so if you could maybe push it off a day or reschedule it, I think that.
Okay,
Obviously,
yeah.
I want to be there, so.
Yeah, we sent the appointment, I guess, last week, and we had not heard, so thank you for letting us know today.
Also, I know there was some language that the League of Women Voters, and there was some and is Mr. Dowling going to speak? I kind of wanted to wait for him. He had said he had reserved his time for now.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not presiding over the meeting, so we were going to do questions on the PowerPoint, and then at that point, we could open it for public comment.
Okay, yeah, then I'm going to reserve I'll reserve my question for public comment then. I'll wait then.
I see no other councilman requesting to speak. So this time we open public comment.
Okay. Mr. Dowling? We can have Mr. Dowling speak, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now, Ms. Huerta?
Yes, sir, I can. When you're ready to start, I'll set the timer.
Thank you very much. My name is Tim Dowling. I live at 8017 Via Franche in District 5. I'm a 40-year resident of Corpus Christi. Very much appreciate the details we just got from Ms. Huerta moments ago and the hard work behind it. That's very necessary, but I think we should do a little more. The schedule seems to me to be very rushed. And Councilman Hernandez, the league recommends an independent district commission for all bodies, not just the county, but the state and the city. The input that comes into this process should all be in public. That's where the county got in trouble, and I know you all know the details, and that's where we have private communications. We don't want to repeat that process. The resolution in your packet is critically lacking the section 3 that's in the league's proposed resolution you received. It contains principles about public meetings, website, and more. So as you go forward with this process, I hope that's at a minimum very closely consulted. And you may have done it, and I just haven't seen it, just seeing it minutes ago. You were emailed on February 1st, a red line markup the resolution so you can see how it changes from what you had. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, we're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on a commission. It's the best way to do this. And that's just not my opinion. That's the opinion of many governmental bodies, the City of Austin, City of Dallas, El Paso County. And in fact, Austin's IRC legislation was written by Steve Bickerstaff, the first-name lawyer of the city's redistricting firm. I emailed you Mr. Bickerstaff's article on February 3rd that says, based on his 40 years' experience representing Texas cities, that he strongly recommended that. Closer to home, a very astute political observer we all know and respect, Representative Todd Hunter, in August 20 at my Rotary Club's meeting said a commission is the way to go. And in April 2021, he very commendably held a hearing on several commission bills, but apparently the political headwinds were too strong to make that a reality at the state level. You, however, have the ability to make the goal of these two gentlemen a reality here. Mr. Bickerstaff correctly observed that single-member district councilmen have a fundamental and unavoidable conflict of interest in drawing lines. At a minimum, there's an appearance of such a conflict, and that by itself is sufficient to damage public trust in the process and the resulting map. City council functions best when its members get along well. District line drawing can get very personal, and that presents substantial risk of causing otherwise needless conflict among council members. Regrettably, we saw that at the county. Let's make sure that doesn't happen with the city. We have the time to do an IRC. There's a very detailed timeline in the league's recommended proposal for an IRC. The original proposal from your lawyer was April the 12th. The league's proposal has it done 16 days later. I think it's worth 16 days more time to create public trust in the final product to avoid possible ill will among council members. Therefore, I'd ask you to adopt the league's resolution, not the one in your packet, and one of the league proposals that accompanies it. There's an Exhibit A. The IRC was preferred, but at a minimum, the other one with the alternative procedures. Thank you for listening to my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. Mayor, is there any other public comment?
I think, no, we can go ahead and close public comment. And Councilman Barrera, you have a...
Okay. Yeah, first off, Rebecca, I appreciate all the work that you've done and all the idea that you've had included 2 virtual opportunities for individuals to speak, as well as the timeline that you put together. Now, when is the first day to file for us as council members to file for reelection?
It's July 25th.
July 25th, I'm sorry, let me take down those notes. And when is the last day to file?
Mid-August. I can't remember the last date, like August 17th, something like that.
Now, that being considered in your timeline, I guess, and so are there any regulatory requirements or any administrative requirements by your office that would give us this drop dead, whatever, so that way we would have to have it done by X amount of time, so that way it'd be available to provide the public with information and to provide those maps for them, obviously, way before July 25th.
Right. So the state law actually says it's 90 days before the election is the deadline, but practically speaking, as you point out, Mr. Barrera, candidates can't file unless they know what the districts are, right? So we do have to, so if July the 25th is the filing date, we have to move that back. So we put out candidate packets usually by June. May or June is the ideal time to put out the packet. And in the candidate packet, we include the maps and let the candidates know. So we are trying to complete the process in time to inform people. I know the city manager has also stated, like for the bond program that's being proposed for 2022, it is important to know the districts. So those projects can be divided between the districts fairly. So that's another important consideration to make in our process.
And I mean, it's obviously up to you and the city manager. I guess the thing is that the other thing is, once we've completed the community input sessions, as you so have March 8th.
Mm-hmm.
So would there be, I would just think, Peter, that perhaps we have another council workshop to discuss all those items that were brought, because it's just I'm just
No,
thinking.
that's definitely possible to discuss a second draft at another workshop or whatever. Yeah.
But just to
any
finalize
issues.
all the comments.
Sure.
Because at what point do we finalize all the comments if we're having all these workshops? It's got to be, we want community input,
Mm-hmm.
not community input, not necessarily community comment. And so that way, it's not that we're trying to sell it to them, it's that they have to have confidence that that their vote is not diluted, for number one.
Right.
And that they have input as to who their policymaker is going to be, or who their representation is going to be. So I don't know how, I haven't discussed this with anybody. I just thought it up as we were delivering, because I just saw your schedule. But I don't know how, that was one thing I'd probably suggest, is that we add another workshop so that way we could
Sure.
put it all together.
So
And that-
maybe a workshop, we can discuss it, but after the community input sessions on March the 22nd, the 29th, put together a secondary workshop to discuss the community
Before.
input, to sum it up.
Maybe before then, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
the first reading
Yeah,
ordinance.
Before the reading.
Between March 8 and March 22nd.
Oh, okay, to
Yeah.
stick with the schedule, but do it before. I thought we
Yeah.
were going to delay a little bit. Yeah, that's an option to
Yeah,
do
I
it
don't think we
there.
have to delay. Councilman Barrera, we could probably swap your meeting time with another council members. Rebecca and I will work with the council to see who wants to swap. That way we don't have to push out, for the day you're going to be traveling.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So
if-
Rebecca, we'll put a meeting between the 8th and the 22nd for
Okay.
another workshop, as the councilman said, to hear the collective input of those 5 meetings that we'll have in the community.
Okay,
Yes,
that'll
ma'am.
work. Thank you
Okay.
very much for that suggestion.
Okay, and then I know, man, I lost my train of thought. I mean, good comment, but I was on a roll.
Okay, take a deep breath. You'll be all right.
Okay, yeah, so that's another item. Now, I'm looking at my notes here August 22nd, by the way, I think that's the date, is when, is the last day to
filing
file.
deadline.
Yeah. Okay, it's kind of ironic that Bickerstaff is recommending the independent review committee and that he's not intended here. Did he speak about it at all?
To us, no.
Okay.
I mean, well, not in our initial assessment.
Mr. Dowling spoke to the fact that Bickerstaff, who is our consultant, has recommended independent review committee. I just kind of find that ironic that he's recommending it, and I guess we can ask that question in the first workshop of why he didn't recommend one for here.
Oh, elsewhere, not here.
Yeah, yeah. But no. He wrote a paper, not necessarily for elsewhere. I mean, as far as at all places. Bickerstaff did.
Just in general,
Yeah.
to have an I.
Yes. Yeah. And so,
Because you engage.
so that's one question that I would probably prep him for, as to where, because I know I'm going to ask it at the workshop.
Okay.
Now, the other thing is there was some language drafted. Somebody made public comment with regard to incumbency protection criteria.
Right.
So what is that? Can you explain?
I'm not, no. I certainly, can you explain, Mr. Risley?
Making sure that the district includes the current councilman.
Oh, I understand that.
They're very simply put.
It's ironic. I wouldn't say. It's funny. I've been. Somebody brought it to my attention. More than one has said the only people that are in danger of that are myself and Gil, because we live very close together, and they would love to see us run against each other. That's the only opponent that I'd want, by the way. Anyway, but how do you put together a resolution that prevents that? Apparently, there's some language that does so.
I don't know how you would prohibit that. I mean, you might prohibit having a district that contains the current councilman, but that might not be desirable.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I'm just saying that apparently some language was provided to us, which I think it'd be something that we might review. Was there not?
In the League of Women Voters
Yes.
information, that is something they have in their resolution.
So,
I think they're speaking specifically about the county deal where they
Right.
did a candidate.
well, we don't know that they did that. I mean, especially in a partisan race when that individual.
That's what the accusation is.
Oh, okay. I like how you clarify that.
Yeah, that's
Like
what
you-
the accusation is, but I've never heard of a redistricting process where the governing body, at least in a local election, I'm not gonna clarify that with state or congressional or any of those, but in a local governmental entity, I don't know of any situation where you would redistrict to where you would redistrict the incumbent out of office.
Yeah, I agree with you. I understand. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work, Rebecca. I know it's been tough for you.
Councilman Hernandez.
And I wanted to clarify something because Councilman Pusley had brought it up, and I made a recommendation for two particular precincts that were clean. When I say clean, is that they have arterial roads as their definition, not like a residential street or a collector street where you have houses that are across the street from each other, where you have like communities of the same interest that would be separated by an arbitrary line that goes down a residential street, which we do have those in our voting precincts. So the ones I specifically recommended were 119, which is completely surrounded, or the district lines are all arterial roads. Similarly with precinct 17, which again are all arterial or even a highway. Part of it's SPID, to where they were clean, and you don't separate communities of interest, where you would have some people that live across the street from each other that are in different districts. I have that in one area along Mansions Road, where one is in people across the street are in District 4, from the people on the other side are in District 5. This would have better separation, so those are the two recommendations I made simply for the cleanliness of those particular voting precincts. I thought that was ideal, but I don't know what the populations are of those voting precincts, but one of them is pretty large, the other one not so large. So it depends on ultimately, it's all going to depend on the population. Obviously, at District 5, I'm 20% over in terms of population, so there's a lot that needs to be given up. But I think we still want to have clean voting precincts separations, and I think those were specifically, I selected those specifically because of that, because they were very clean in terms of their boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure that I'm very upfront about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Risley, did you have a comment? No? Okay, just making sure. All right, do we have any other comments? Other comments, okay. So are there any changes?
Well, it sounds like Mr. Barrera is wanting a change to the resolution to some of the criteria, to one criteria in particular, I guess, criterion.
I guess I'm satisfied as long as we have another workshop.
Right.
Okay, so
We'll adjust the timeline.
So the resolution that's before the council today, you're good with?
Yeah.
That's what's before the council today. As far as the timeline, you made a request to add a workshop, which we'll work on. We do have spring break week that week. That's why we're not meeting the week of the 15th, but we'll see what we can work in there to make that happen. So it's no problem.
Well, and once again, I guess you had indicated that if it's July, then as long as we're done by May.
That would be the latest.
As we're done by May.
Yeah,
So we'll have, I understand that it seems that the city manager expressed a time to be able to get it done by March, but I think for the sake of, or at least right now, he said to put it in between, so.
Yeah, he was just offering a suggestion.
Right, yeah, just maybe between those two dates, look for a
Right.
date for the.
Oh, okay, that's fine, but then
Okay.
there's no objection then, okay, then I just want to clarify,
this
there's
is
no objection to moving it past March.
Yeah, it's a draft
so that way-
timeline, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that-
there's time to move it. That was just if there was no, we can move it, but May would be probably the latest, just so we
Yeah,
have time to
that we'd
promote
We'd
it.
have the month of April to be able to.
Yes, sir. Yeah, to promote it to the public and the candidates and others to share
oh,
that information.
So sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good, okay. Councilman Smith?
Thank you. I wasn't aware of the spring break. I thought it was, March 15th would have been pretty good, but taking that in consideration, personally, I think sooner rather than later with this, so candidates out there, it's not when you file, but a lot of them actually start campaigning before that. But if we go into April on it, if we add a week after that, I don't know the rest of the council, but spring break wise, do we want to do it in spring break or not? With it, but if we add another week to the schedule, would still be early April and allowing the maps for
There's
the.
April 12th. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, why don't we look up, you can work on some
Yeah, I'll
prelim,
propose a
yeah,
revised
and then we
Why
can
are we
figure that
adding
out.
another workshop?
Well,
The reason I brought it up was just simply because we're going to have public input, and I mean, we've got to be able to bring all that information together.
I thought that's what the consultant was supposed to do.
Well, we're going to discuss it. I mean, unless we're going to just discuss it, it's just, I just think it's unreasonable to, like right now, it's 4:35. We still haven't got past consent agenda, with the exception of one item. And I'd hate for us to be able to discuss something so important, and it's on a regular item on the agenda, to discuss it at approving the ordinance.
Yeah, well, I think you're absolutely correct. I think you're gonna run into a nightmare of trying to finish this up, because you're gonna have people out in the public drawing maps, and people in other counties drawing maps, potentially. I mean, we've kind of opened the doors and said, anybody wants to draw a map can draw a map, and who's gonna review all those?
the guy, Bickerstaff, the guy.
And, yeah, I mean, how long is it gonna take to review those? And then they've got to come back to us and say, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And, we could be here till next January. So
I'm just asking for one meeting. That's all.
Okay. All right, can you maybe come back and you can send us
I
some of
think
this?
it's fair to have an open process, but I think we have to set deadlines that we need to meet because we all have to campaign, you know, we have to have time to do that and to be fair to the people on this council, not to string that out for months on end. So we've got a resolution here to set a deadline. I think we need to stick to it as succinctly as we can.
Okay.
That is not true. It means a lot to me.
I've done this before.
Okay. So,
Okay.
you're gonna,
Yes, provide a new schedule, including that workshop. So I'll send out a proposed date for the workshop for the council's consideration. For the community input sessions, we will reach out to Councilmember Barrera and see who we can possibly exchange the date with. Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Other than that, thank you for the feedback.
are we, bring it on. What are you gonna say?
Mayor?
I wanna hear.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Do we have further discussion? Councilman? What's it? Yeah. Yeah, no. We were, yeah.
Too late.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay. All right, so we're going to jump back out over to item number 18, zoning case number 1221-01, Gulfway Shopping Center, located in District 5. Hi, Mr. Raymond. The current District 5.
No, this area will still be in District 5.
Don't be so sure.
Unless we give it to District 4.
Good
But he
afternoon.
doesn't need any extra.
No.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 7601 Yorktown Boulevard from FR Farm Rural District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The property is located along the south side of Yorktown Boulevard, east of Rodfield Road and west of Story Road. The applicant is Gulfway Shopping Center. The purpose of the rezoning is to allow for the construction of a commercial development. The property totals 5.53 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north, across Yorktown Boulevard, are vacant properties zoned CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. To the south, east, and west are single-family residential subdivision zone RS 4.5, single-family 4.5 district. Yorktown Boulevard is currently in the 2020 bond for design all the way from Rodfield Road to the bridge crossing. 30 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition. 0 were returned in favor. Analysis and recommendation. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and warrants an amendment to the future land use map from medium-density residential to commercial. The property consists of vacant land, as we said, and has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1995. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Pusley.
Al, this property is surrounded on 3 sides by
residential.
So I would assume that in the plating process, there will be some type of buffer zone
Yes,
located on the perimeters of this.
On all 3 sides, it's a type B buffer, which is 10 feet in space, and 10 points, which is about an 8-foot wooden or masonry fence.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. I'll open public hearing. And is the applicant here, and would they like to speak if so? Applicant not here, okay. And any public comment? Okay, there being none, I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Second, third.
Okay, great.
I'll get it one of
Any
these
further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Moving on to Section M, individual consideration items number 19, resolution adopting an air service incentive plan effective through fiscal year 2025. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello again. Yeah, so this incentive plan will help hopefully stimulate the introduction of new passenger air service to Corpus Christi International Airport. And also, it'll ease economic risk for airlines to test our market to different destinations and possibly new routes. So happy to answer any questions.
Motion to
Second.
approve. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Great job, guys. This is what we need to be doing, moving forward and going after air service. So
Yeah.
thank you very much for bringing this to us.
I've been
looking forward to this for a long time.
I know, and perfect timing because we're meeting with all the airlines next Tuesday.
And it
So,
was just great to have them up here too today.
yeah,
I mean,
they
it's
really enjoyed it.
good.
They said thank y'all.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
appreciate it.
Great, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, and our last item of the day is zoning case number 1021-06, Walker Holdings and Development LLC located in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you may remember, this case was tabled primarily because of 4.5 setback requirements. I think Development Services and the applicant have reached a resolution to that, comparable, I think. So are there any questions or concerns or?
Councilman Pusley? No? Or is that your last?
I just real quickly, Mayor, I met with Al about this, and I think I've met with everybody about this piece of property. And I did bring to their attention some drainage issues that they will need to take into consideration when they do the plating on this. But other than that, I think we're ready to move forward.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Smith. Or, I'm sorry, yes, Councilman Smith.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Raymond, is this the property we approved some drainage enhancements for last week?
No, but we have improved, we approved we approved a participation agreement for roads and drainage and a reimbursement agreement for sewer, probably in 20 or 21, early 21.
So we've already done that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. A lot of the discussion on this, the last time it came up, was on setbacks, and just to kind of describe some of the things we talked about was in terms of where the reason why we had some issues with it. And myself and a developer, won't say who, went around to visit a lot of 4.5 neighborhoods, and we saw a lot of the examples of where we had trucks and SUVs, and in some cases boats, that were hanging over into the sidewalk. And but we did find out, through those discussions, that there were some administrative things we could do without changing the setbacks for 4.5. And so, if I could explain, there is a right-of-way that extends past the road that you can place a sidewalk somewhere within that right-of-way. Because of that, you have some options to move the sidewalk closer to the curb that'll allow for more right-of-way that's on the property, which will allow for a longer driveway.
Encroachment, right.
Right. So instead of doing some of the things, we're looking at how to do this to make sure that we can maintain our zoning the way it is, but still get the additional extra 3 feet onto the driveway, so we don't have some of the issues where you have trucks extending onto the sidewalk, which creates an ADA problem. And, I think this is a very good solution, and I hope that our friends over at Lennar will take that into place for this particular property.
Very good.
Okay?
Thank you,
And
sir.
I'll let, and even though I say I don't trust you, I will, and that's nothing personal.
Understood, no
All right?
problem.
I want to I want to say that this is, I believe Lennar will do the appropriate thing and kind of meet this, so we can look at this as a solution for
Going
4.5
forward, right.
from here and into the future. I think it's a good solution that that both us and the development community can agree on. So, thank you very
And
much.
we'll ensure that is definitely the case on the plating side, since you do trust me.
Trust but verify, as a famous quote.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too spent quite a bit of time the last couple of weeks with a developer or developers and talked about the issues that I personally have with 4.5. It's, it's basically about the same thing that my fellow councilman has as far as setbacks, but I think after making some visits at different subdivisions through a lot of the city, which I was driven by developers, I'm always going to have an issue with 4.5s, to be honest with you, because you're looking at a kid that grew up in an area that is acre lots. And in that area, it's hard to see the 4.5s. But you know what? I'm going to trust my developers. I think they're going to do the right thing. I've always been pro-growth. I just think we need to make a couple of changes. I love to see mixtures of the 4.5 and RS6 together. And I think the developers that I've spoken to know that that's what I would like to see in the future. I don't want to see this entire city turn to a 4.5 city, the entire city. That's ridiculous. I think homeowners or people that want to purchase should have a right to have options to purchase what they want. So I really believe that 4.5 should be a mixture with RS6 and 4.5. I've talked to Councilman Pusley, and him and I agree a lot about this in that area. Hopefully we can work together. I think we can work together and move forward on this. So I'm totally going to support this ordinance for this development, and we move forward on that.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all the questions, Mr. Raymond. Yeah, we do. Where are we? Okay, so is there any public comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no public comment, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 20.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So now the council will go into executive session on item number 21 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. I'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Mr. Risley?
Okay, I'm going to describe, you have a resolution before you, as well as an attachment to the resolution, and what I'm going to describe are the changes that are going to be made to the attachment to the resolution, and I'm going to read them into the record for the city secretary. And the first of the changes is to add in where it says the city will have sole authority to employ, and this is in section 2A, where it says the city will have sole authority to employ, appoint, direct, and terminate all employees. We're going to add the word discipline to that sentence. At the bottom of that page 2, there is a paragraph E, and that second to the last sentence where it says this transfer will be associated with a county transfer will specify to the city of the funding amount for said time. Then the next item is 4C4. 4C4 is going to be removed from the contract, subject to potential negotiation of a replacement clause after the county has provided appropriate examples to the city.
What page are you on?
Page 6 of 10.
4C.
Then on section 10, first sentence, we're going to add the word discipline to the city authority concerning the health district director. First sentence. Section 14 on page 8 of 10.
Before you move on, first, second sentence and second sentence.
Good.
Page 1.
Good catch. First sentence and second sentence. Thank you. 14B on page 8 of 10, where we say the health district will respond promptly, we'll say the health district will respond in a reasonable time. Section 17, under the sunset review of the health district, the city will initiate a sunset review of the health district within the next 2 years, and then we add to that sentence, after the effective date and every 4 years thereafter. And I would like to just note for the record that the 4B has blanks and numbers. The blanks will be filled in, and the numbers may change based on negotiation with the county.
Miles, that is true of Section 2, paragraph E as well, correct? There's a blank there. That's on page 2 of 10.
Yes, page 2 of 10 has a blank that will be filled in, and that blank is noted in the resolution that the city manager has the authority to fill in the blanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Miles, and under 4C4, which is page 6 of 10, What did you say exactly was the action there?
4C4 is to be deleted, but potentially could be added back in, subject to a negotiation of a replacement clause with appropriate examples. Or do you just want to delete it?
Well, no, I thought we weren't. I thought we were gonna join some of the verbiage. We weren't gonna delete it. We were gonna look at some of the verbiage, Steve,
Okay, so
to like what we were talking about.
3 and 4 will be modified and
Okay.
reconciled.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Both 3 and 4 will be subject to modification.
Right, yeah. 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Okay. Or verbiage.
Is that all the changes, Mr. Risley?
Yeah, they're all the ones that I've noted.
Okay.
Okay, great.
First, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the modifications made by Mr. Risley to the agreement.
And the agreement is an attachment to the resolution that you have before you.
Okay, the attached agreement. Do I need to do them together? Yeah, I made a motion to approve the modifications as Mr. Risley just set forth for the amended cooperative agreement for city-operated Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District, which is attached to the resolution that I'll be addressing next.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. And any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And Mayor, I'd also like to make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing execution of an amended cooperative agreement for city-operated Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District and authorizing extension of the city's withdrawal date to March 1st, 2022 to allow for execution of said amended agreement.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, I thought you were going to say something. Did you have something, Miles?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I think, oh, what is that? Terrible echo. All right, well, I think that is going to wrap up our meeting for the evening. It is 6, or what, is it 7? Good Lord. It's 6:37. All right, so with no further business, I adjourn this meeting.